Okay, are we ready? All right. Good morning. Today is April 5th. Welcome to your boardroom, and this is a meeting of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. And at this time, if we could have a call to order with a roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett? Here. Supervisor Parks? Here. Supervisor Michaels?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn? And Supervisor Long?
Here. Thank you. And at this moment, I'd like to invite our chaplain from our Fire Protection District to please come to the forefront and provide us with a moment of affirmation. Good morning.
Good morning. Let us pray. Almighty Creator, we give you thanks for another beautiful day in Ventura County. We ask that you watch over, guide our supervisors and their support personnel in all their decisions that they make that affect lives. Keep us safe this day. Watch over our families. And we give you thanks for the opportunity to live in a free country. And we also remember those in the armed forces who are serving, putting their lives on risk for us. For all of this, we give you thanks, and we pray in your holy name. Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. Supervisor Michaels, would you lead us in the pledge?
My pleasure. Hand over heart. Ready, begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's been a motion and a second for the minutes of our meeting of March 22nd. Seeing no objection to that motion, they are filed, so ordered. Thank you. Agenda review at this time, Mr. CEO. What's the review of our agenda?
Madam Chair, members of the board, there are 4 modifications. Consent item number 13, there is a request for a continuance to April 12th. That was item 13, continued to April 12th. Consent item 18 to be continued also to April 12th. Consent item 26 to be removed from the agenda. And consent item 35, you have a revised letter. And those are all the changes.
Okay. Any other requests by board members?
I got 15 and 18, and what was the other one?
26
26.
was removed and 35 revised. Okay, is there a motion to accept the recommended actions? So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Hearing no objection to that. So ordered. Consent items 10 through 35.
I would like to have one pulled. Excuse me. It was oh, here it is. This is item 24.
For discussion?
Well, you know what? Never mind. I did get my question answered on this one. I'll go ahead and move approval. Second.
Motion is second on the consent agenda. Seeing no objection. So ordered. This time we have an opportunity for public comment for citizens regarding county-related matters not appearing on our agenda following the proposed guidelines as posted on the agenda. And I would invite Carol Dean Williams.
Good morning. Carol Dean
Good morning.
Williams, almost 60-year resident of Ventura County. And I see Supervisor Michaels has been meeting with Totten and Brooks, and they twisted her arm there. It's like a little bit of...
I won.
Does Johnny be good?
Of course it is.
Johnny, be
You
good.
asked for it. You got it.
Thank you, Supervisor
I'll try.
Bennett,
Geraldine.
for suggesting that.
Did you see that?
I am here to praise your CEO and you also And a short reminder that every one of my poems has 7 verses, and that's particularly of interest this morning. And if you could have Roberta hum a few tunes, notes of Johnny Angel.
Oh.
Highway to heaven will bypass Ventura County if you repeat mutiny on the Bounty. Angels come from heaven, gifts of CEO, time to give a mighty blow. What happens when the elected becomes hogs? Ventura County going to the dogs. I hear angels each Tuesday amid booze. Even now, supervisors banned angel food. Will a highway to heaven pass through? Does the library dictate why and who? Now, if you pay attention to this next verse, you could solve all of our problems. Johnny's ladder, almond, good things to come, library microfilm, unofficially done. I've taken the highway to heaven, 5+ CEO makes a heavenly perfect 7. And I want to thank your CEO on your agenda. For all of your closed meetings, you have to cite the government code. Now we have on your agenda the public's right here under Government Code 54953A, ETAL, and under your amended Resolution 205. That really reads good. Now, our city of Ventura has done an interesting thing here. Look at this brochure. The ABCs of government. And notice, if you remove the A and the C, which is accountable government and civic engagement, you are left with BS. Well, the citizens were a little smarter last night at the Ventura City Council. BS, a common phrase known to all. And since the city also invites the Ventura Unified School District for mayor for the moment, a little apostrophe. Looky here, from our mayor of Ventura, a little apostrophe, which, if you read it correctly, it is been my pride. Not very good grammar, not very good English, to have the Ventura Unified School District involved at their meetings. So, as President Bush reminded us all in his State of the Union address, quote, "We were reminded that we are citizens with obligations to each other, to our country, and to history." I have summarized my position with your CEO in 2 wonderful meetings. He has the details, and he will receive some more details after this meeting through Kathy. The library has microfilm that has created a false history. Newspapers can be put under bird cages. BS. But your library has put them on microfilm, and they are blatantly false. Blatantly, and your CEO has the documents proving they are such. And I'm requesting a very simple solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Matheny. The Honorable Treasurer, Tax Collector. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I wanted to give you an update on our status of collections on this second installment. Again, the taxpayers of this county are paying in a pattern that is very gratifying for those of us who are interested in cash flow. At this point right now, as of the close of business on Friday, which is the most recent report that I have, we have collected for this current roll year, just a click under 75% of the secured taxes that have been owed. Now, that translates into about $625 million in the bank and working for local government. To put that in some perspective, in the year 2000, at this point, we had 66% of the roll, so 8% less. And that was only about $363 million. I can't believe I just said only $363 million. It was a reduced amount of $363 million. So between the rising real estate prices, which obviously translate into the total dollar value of the roll, and the subdivision of land in the county, which translates into the number of parcels that we collect taxes on, I just end up feeling so proud of my staff and the way in which they've responded to this. And we don't have any additional staff members involved in collecting this. We had of course, I'm concerned with parcel count, with number of bills that come in, because that translates into what my workload is. It doesn't matter whether the bill's $1,000 or $1 million. It takes the same effort to collect it. And we've got 21,000 more parcels that are taxed now than we did in the year 2000. 21,000. And I think that, I'm hoping, I hope I don't have to eat these words, but I don't believe that you're going to see lines going out to the door this cycle through. We've been busy, but my staff has been up to the task up to this point, and I'm just as proud of them as I could be. But things are looking very good. I just wanted to give you that update.
Well, thank you. It's always good to have positive information, and we appreciate that the taxpayers are feeling confident in paying their taxes early and helping our cash flow. Thank you. Other comments? Sir? Mr. Johnson has a comment. Mr.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the treasurer, what kind of candy is that you hand out in the lines that are getting these results?
Well, when I switched from just giving Hershey's Kisses to an assortment, that seemed to make a big difference.
Made all the difference.
Yeah.
That works.
Choice.
Thank you, sir.
Local choice, that's good.
That's right. Pat Quinn.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Here from the Santa Paula Airport. I'm Pat Quinn, Santa Paula Airport Association Secretary, and I want to thank you for all your help during our ongoing crisis. It was really nice to see that in a time of need that our elected officials really came through, and especially thank you, Supervisor Long. Kind of give you an update of what's going on out there. The Natural Resource Conservation Service is now digging a trench on the south side of the river to divert the water away from the water bank. Roberta, could I ask you to hand the photo? Oh, you got them up there? Thank you. The first two photos that you see there are in the height of the emergency. You can see the damage to the east end of the property, and then in one photo, where the water's eaten into the middle of the runway at Santa Paula Airport. The third picture depicts the airport before the emergency, and the fourth one is the larger of the pictures, is the photo of the temporary runway now located just to the north of the old runway. Now, unfortunately, that runway is too close to the hangars to allow us to open it to the general public, so as a result, 11 of our 26 businesses are really hurting. As a matter of fact, 7 of them are in the danger of bankruptcy. Santa Paula Airport is the second largest employment entity in the city of Santa Paula. We employ over 100 people on the airport, or we did. We have lost approximately 20% of that 100 people directly due to the emergency. And what our plans are is to, when they get the channel cut on the south side of the rivers, the bulldozers will start shoving the dirt towards the bank, and when the bank gets sufficiently back to give us our real estate back, then the Natural Conservation Service will then put a riprap bank, which is a rock wall along the riverbank starting at the 12th Street Bridge, and hopefully protect the airport. So that's about it, and to bring you up to date, we still have our ongoing problem of where we're going to get the money to pay for the runway, but we've we'll deal with that. The most important thing now is to get our businesses back and up and running. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any questions for him? And thank you. I know it's been some very trying times. The last couple of months have been difficult with the airport, and I've just been very pleased with the response from the community, from folks nationwide, to really step forward to say, what can we do to help the airport? So I know we've got still yet a big fundraising effort in front of us with the airport, but certainly commit to help any way I can.
I might add that we're still planning going forward with our 75th anniversary celebration on August 6th and 7th. Hopefully we'll be back up and stronger than ever by then.
Absolutely must do that.
Thank
Good
you.
rally. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you coming in today to give us that update, Pat. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, no further cards submitted for public comment. We'll go to board comments. Supervisor Michaels.
Thank you. I have no comments this morning other than a request to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the citizens on this list from the 4th District.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks.
Thanks. I'd like to make a couple of announcements. One in Oak Park, the Oak Park Library that we collaborated with the school district there, won an award from the California Coalition for Adequate School Housing. We received their AIA-CC award for the design of that building, which is a very nice and appreciated building out there in Oak Park. I also wanted to let you know the results of going to the Triumphant Sanitation District and asking if they'd like to become an all-elected board. Right now, a minority of the members, 2 of the 5 are elected from the area, and nobody except myself wanted to see that happen. So unfortunately, that failed, and it's unfortunate, I think, because even at the same meeting, we had a rate increase, and residents, if they don't like it, have nowhere to go because they can't elect a majority of the board. And then also I'd like to announce that Saturday, April 9th is Arbor Day in Thousand Oaks, and there's going to be a Arbor Day event at the park behind the library known as Caneo Creek North. And I think it's just been a wonderful event. It's grown. I started it about 7 years ago over in Lang Ranch to appreciate the oak grove that was there. We did a couple years there with a few hundred people. Now it's grown to almost 10,000 people. So it's a very neat event, and I know our Air Pollution Control District will be there showing their wares. Maybe the Environmental Resource Division might be there too, but it's a great community event, and I invite everyone to attend. And also, I would just finally like the board to close in honor of the people on this list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bennett, something else?
Yes, I would like to also just call out someone, Charles Levins, who comes to our board meetings every week, lost his father in the past week, and I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of Matthew Levins, Charles's father. Charles had the sweet experience of being able to start living with his father and get to care for him these last few years, and I'm sure those will be years that he will treasure. Thank you.
Condolences.
I know he attended a board meeting too. I remember meeting him.
Yeah.
Sympathy.
Thank you. I, too, have a list to submit, adjourn in memory of folks in my district. I had an opportunity to travel a little bit spring break with my son and visit my home state of Michigan, and I just bring back to you comments that when you look at a local newspaper, you always look to see what's on their front page. Well, I'll tell you, Michigan has the highest unemployment of any state in the nation. And BRAC was on the front page, and water was on the front page, so a lot of similar things, and the state is having a severe budget crisis, much like our state, so that makes you feel any better. It was a nice visit. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we're not alone. The unemployment was pretty startling for a state that's an industrial state. That was So you can really see that throughout the state. Okay, that completes then our opening agenda, and we'll move to our regular agenda, and we'll start out with item 43, and invite our Fire Chief Bob Roper. Good morning.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, Bob Roper, Fire Chief. Before you, we're requesting permission to apply for a grant. This grant is funded every year by the Department of Homeland Security. It's through the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program. Included in this year's grant application is we're seeking funds for 3 of the thermal imaging cameras. These are cameras that measures a temperature difference in its view. We use this camera for buildings that are filled with smoke. We can actually pick up a human body with this camera. We can also go into a residence that has smoke seen but no fire. This can scan through the walls and pick up the heat differential for if there's electrical wire burning in the background of the walls. Also within the grant, we're asking for 5 emergency generators. This would pretty much complete our emergency generation project. These generators would be located at fire stations in Simi Valley and the Santa Clara Valley. This also provides us the ability to turn the fire stations into evacuation centers until the Red Cross can get up and going for people with medical needs. If your board approves this today, we'll be applying for the grant by April 8th, and it usually takes us about 6 months to hear back from the federal government.
Okay, any questions on the item?
Move approval. Good job.
Motion and a
Hope we did
second.
it.
Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you, Chief. Item 44. Good morning, Ms. Krieger. Approval of a 6th Amendment to a lease. Channel Islands Harbor.
Good morning, Chair Long, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department. You have in front of you this morning a little bit unusual board letter, and I know you say every board letter from the Harbor is a little bit unusual, but it is also true of this one. This is about Anacapa Isle Marina and an adjustment that comes periodically in their lease, which I'd like to take just a minute to explain. Jim Hayes is here on behalf of Almar. If you have any questions for the lessee, he's here representing the lessee. In any long-term ground lease, we have 2 types of rent. One is the minimum rent that's paid every year, and the other is the percentage rent. The minimum rent is almost a stop-loss in guaranteed cash flow for the county, and it is reset based on the lease every 3 or 5 years by formula. It is generally without dispute. We do those every year, and it is without problems, generally speaking. Percentage rent is set at the beginning of the lease, and the idea is that you set a percentage of gross revenues. As inflation increases the revenue of the lessee, the percentage rent stays steady, and therefore the county's rent also increases. I think this board letter highlights the importance of setting percentage rent. It's a negotiated thing. It's not an automatic at the beginning of the lease, because it is very difficult, very unusual, one might say rare, to have percentage rent change during the course of a lease. This is percentage rent. Percentage rent windows in our harbor generally occur about every 10 years and not more frequently. Sometimes it's every 20 years. So it's, as I say, a change in the market that usually drives a change in percentage rent. This is our highest end marina. It has the highest fees. It generates the highest slip rate in the harbor. And the rental income from this marina exceeds income from any other marina on a per foot basis of slip. I believe it's Almar's intention to stay the highest end marina in the harbor, even with reconstruction. Setting market rent for marinas in particular is challenging. Finding comparables for apartments, offices, those are much more common uses. Marinas, we look up and down the coast. In Channel Islands Harbor, the neighboring marinas, which would be Pacific Corinthian, Vintage Marina, the new Channel Islands Harbor Marina, Old CIM, Marine Emporium Landing, are at 25%. They are more recently negotiated leases. On the other side of the harbor, where the apartments are located, Bud Smith's old leases, those rents are at 20%. Anacapa Isle Marina is at 21%. And in part, I believe that was negotiated because they have all of the responsibility for the landside improvements. Whereas for some of the others, we pay a portion of the parking lot maintenance, lighting, and some of those other charges. In this particular case, the rent adjustment period came along, and generally speaking, if we believe someone's at market rent, that window opens and closes, and nothing happens. You know, there may be an exchange of letters, but if someone's at 25%, the market is judged to be 25%. There's no action taken, and we continue on. That is the most normal. In this particular case, we hoped not to get Anacapa Isle Marina to 25%, because that would be a huge jump, but maybe to 23, since they're really at 21.6 right now in their calculations. We did not succeed at that, and in part it's because our rent is already the highest we receive per foot, and it's their argument that should be a counter-argument against any percentage rent increase at this time. However, they did agree, instead of waiting 10 years for a reopener on rent, to wait only 5 and allow us to reopen rent again, because it's their feeling with reconstruction that's coming in the harbor and their intent to stay at the top of the pile that there may be room for a rent renegotiation at that time. It's an unusual offer and generous from our point of view, and so we decided to take that and bring it to the board for your consideration.
Generous to us.
Generous to us.
Generous to the taxpayers.
Yes, because they do not have to reopen the lease but every 10 years, and they're offering to do it in between. I guess I really don't have much more to say. You may have questions about this particular item. It's in the taxpayer's interest, I believe, to have a rent reopener at this period. However, the board can elect to forego it and abide by the lease as it exists now. We did take a look at arbitration. We consulted some time ago with county council. Chances of our prevailing in any kind of arbitration on this one are remote, to say the least, because of the fact that the revenue we're generated from this marina is very good in comparison with others paying a higher percentage rent. So we would not recommend going that route to you. I hate to spend a couple $100,000 to have, a 3% chance of prevailing. So that's where we are. I recommend this item. I certainly understand if you don't wish to do it, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Questions, Supervisor? No, Michael? Supervisor Parks?
Go ahead. I don't have any questions. I have a comment.
I do have a few questions. This lease is not up. I was wondering, why are we bringing it forward now?
The lease is not up because inside every lease there's a provision once every 10 years for a rent reopener on percentage rent for the county's protection in case the market has changed drastically in how a particular asset performs.
Okay, and then I did call your office. I was a little confused when it said that if the occupancy rate exceeds 85%, the percentage rent will be 25% of gross receipts, but actually that is only 25% of gross receipts for that amount that's above 85%.
That's correct.
Okay, so
that's the interpretation anyway. That was the last arbitration, which was done in 95, 96.
And I don't have a copy of that or the lease, but from what I'm reading in the staff report, it states that the slip rent will not be increased in the 5 years between now and when it reopens. Is that correct?
No, I am estimating the slip rent probably will increase during that period in time. The percentage rent would not change, but what they charge to their slip tenants, generally Anacapa Isle Marina increases their rent every year, like an apartment landlord might. But the percentage rent would not change from what it is now.
Okay, then I misread that, and actually that was important to me to see, because I thought that was to me that was the basis for wanting to support this, because it actually does provide a benefit that the rates won't be increased.
I can't sign.
The rates
and I'll tell you how I have to say that this report was hard for me to read, because depending on where you're sitting, you can interpret it different ways. It just wasn't that clear to me. When it says that, however, in anticipation of significant, this is on the page 2 at the bottom. However, in anticipation of significant reconstruction of slips in the harbor anticipated in the next 5 years, the lessee has agreed to postpone rent resetting negotiations for 5 years. 5 years. So that rent renegotiating is the rent that they pay the county, not the rent that the boaters would pay to them.
That's right, because they don't negotiate with their slip tenants. They merely post a new rate board. And we don't have particular control over that.
Okay, so I don't really see any benefits to this. That was the one that I saw in there, that it would at least hold the rents where they were.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
If I could ask these questions to help me clarify in terms of what you're saying. If we don't take any action today, right, then it means we'll have to wait 10 years before we get to review these rates. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. Whereas if we take the action, we can review them in 5 years. Right?
That's correct.
So that's what's good for the taxpayers, and that we may be able to change things. If we don't take any action today, will Almar still be able to raise their rates to the people that rent slips from them next year?
Yes, I believe their
They'll still
behavior will
be
be unchanged either way.
They'll still be able every year. So,
Yes.
in other words, although you may have read that to say that whether we take this action or not, they're going to be able to raise those rates. What we're really doing is increasing our opportunities to review this operation and see if we need to do rent adjustments. That's how I'm interpreting. Correct.
And when does it expire?
The lease expire?
Yes.
I believe now it's 2035, so another 30 years, because they did some significant reconstruction in 2001, 2002.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
we'll have 2 more rent windows under the current lease.
Thank you.
There are questions? Supervisor Michaels? Or comments?
Just a comment. I personally believe that this is a positive thing to do, to allow us to review this in 5 years and perhaps increase the percentage rent, which we would be locked out of if we do nothing. Pardon me. And you know, it's kind of the slip rental issue is kind of what the market will bear, and you reach a ceiling and people move on. You lower your rent again, saying, "Whoops, that didn't work." So I'm very much in favor of doing this, and I do believe, as Lynn stated, that this is rather generous to agree to a reopener 5 years earlier than is necessary, because it will mean something to the corporation when that happens. So with that comment, I would move approval and thank everybody for their hard work and willingness to cooperate.
I'll second that.
It's a motion and a second. Any objection?
I will go ahead and support it, though we may be in the exact same boat, if you will, in 5 years from now, where they don't want to negotiate for a rent increase, and with just nothing much happening, and it will be difficult to raise it then also, as it was in 2003 when we went to arbitration.
I'll support.
That's true, but at least we have an opportunity to talk to them. No, we don't.
Well, I'll support it also, and certainly feel that we are working hard to improve the taxpayers' investment in the harbor, and I think that we will have an opportunity with improvements to come online in 5 years to really have a good evaluation of our percentage rent that benefits both the taxpayers and the investment. So, adopted on a 4-0 vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to make a comment, Mr. Johnson? Okay. Item 45, ratification approval of contract with the State Department of Mental Health. Good morning, Ms. Schuman.
Good morning. I came before your board on December 14th for you to approve our annual contract with the state for our ConRep program, and then we sent it to the state, and they sent it back and said, we've decided to change the terms. So I am back before your board with the new contract from the state. The change in terms is simply that they're now going to pay us monthly in arrears for the services provided rather than in advance. Same financials, money should be the same, the contract terms are the same, but the state was audited, and based on the results of their audit, determined that they couldn't really support paying for these programs up front without getting the expenditures and then paying for it monthly in arrears. So that's the only change. And so I'm back again to ask for your approval of this contract so that we can continue our services.
Move approval.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, so ordered. So make it easier to argue, for them to argue if, it's in arrears or...
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 46 is the authorization to apply for a grant from California Integrated Waste Management Board, Household Hazardous Waste, and good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
morning.
members of the board, Mr. Johnston. My name is Pete Kaiser. I'm the manager of the Pollution Prevention and Compliance section of the Environmental and Energy Resources Division. The item before you asks for authorization to apply for a household hazardous waste grant from the California Integrated Waste Management Board. If awarded, this grant would help protect the environment and the general public in the unincorporated areas from the adverse effects of mismanagement of household hazardous waste, or HHW as it's commonly called. The household hazardous waste grants available from the state provide funds to local governments to implement projects that reduce the amount of HHW improperly disposed, as these wastes can ultimately affect humans, wildlife, sensitive ecosystems, and the quality of the water that we drink. For this grant program, we will be focusing on complementary activities that most effectively accommodate the objectives of the household hazardous waste element plan for the unincorporated area of the county while targeting underserved rural populations. We'll be seeking grant funds to provide curbside collection of HHW and electronic waste in selected rural, remote, and underserved communities such as the Lockwood Valley, Santa Susana Knolls, Matilaha, and Bell Canyons. These areas have not experienced local HHW collection opportunities for many years. Second, we plan to augment some of our community beautification events to include HHW and electronic waste collection services in areas farther than 10 miles from household hazardous waste collection facilities in the county. Third, we'll purchase an electronic waste storage locker for the Santa Clara River Valley facility to allow for the collection of storage of e-waste from nearby residents. And lastly, with grant funding, we will develop an extensive bilingual outreach component to inform Spanish-speaking residents about the proper management of household hazardous waste and pollution prevention. We expect to team up with El Concilio in this outreach effort. With your authorization to apply for the HHW 14th cycle grant, we will continue our efforts to further reduce pollution and the mismanagement of HHW while protecting the natural environment of our county. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this item and be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Action of the board?
I would move approval and say that this is something that's, I think, very needed in the county and incorporated area, and I'm glad we're going to be able to start giving this service out there again, and hopefully we will be successful.
Thank you,
Second.
Michaels.
Motion and a second. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you. It is a good program. Appreciate you going after it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Item 47, report of the use of emergency contract authority. Mr. Coons, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Lon Coons, Public Works Director. Once again, I'm before you to report on the emergency contract authority that you've designated to me, and we have been diligently pursuing those contracts. We are recommending that we continue those. We are meeting with staff to transition into making those bidding contracts as soon as possible, but not yet, as of this date, able to do that in our recommendation. We want to make sure that we're having all the emergency access for police, fire, and public access to the properties that we can without delay to those involved in those areas. If you have any questions, I'd be pleased to respond.
Other questions? Motion and a second. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 48.
Chair, members of the board, with the Watershed Protection District, likewise, we're moving forward with all these emergency contracts as specified in this report. We're looking to get this work done as quickly as possible, and if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to respond.
Questions?
Move the recommended action.
Second. Motion and a second. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, so ordered. Thank you. Item 49.
Chair, members of the board, with the waterworks districts, we'll, at the end of this week, we'll have completed this emergency work, and but we're recommending to continue it as of this date, but anticipate that this work will be completed by the end of the week. And if you have any
Move
questions,
approval.
be pleased to respond.
Motion?
Second.
And a second. Hearing no objection to the motion? So ordered. Thank you. As usual, ongoing good work. Item 50, authorization for continued county participation in the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program.
Move approval.
There's a motion and a second. There's a motion.
I'll second.
And a second. Any objection? I didn't see anyone to speak on it. Any objection to the motion? Okay. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you. Item 51, good morning.
Good morning. Laura Hernandez, Assistant Director, Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services. I'm here to request the board's permission for approval to apply for the 2005 State Homeland Security Grant Program. We are applying for the amount of $2,043,523, which will be distributed among local law enforcement agencies, fire and EMS, and emergency managers throughout the county. The approving body, has established by the state of California, has approved the proposed expenditures for this grant. We are looking at a variety of programs to be funded, including the Community Emergency Response Team training, EOC upgrades for our county's Emergency Operations Center, emergency management programming, which is will help us bring our plans in compliance with the National Incident Management System, which is a federally mandated program that we must comply with by 2007 in order to qualify for future funding. Additional funding will be directed toward emergency first responder training and equipment, Homeland Security planning, which helps support our terrorism working group and early warning group efforts, and our private sector terrorism working group. Also, we are looking at a public notification system that will benefit the entire operational area, physical security enhancements, a public health data collection system, and other exercises and training throughout the county. So with your permission, we'd like to pursue this grant application. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions?
Move approval, and considering all of the portions of the emergency management system that will benefit from this, should we get it, it's extremely important.
I think so too.
It's a motion
Second.
and a second. Any comments or objection to the motion? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you. It is very important. Continue to go after those funds. Item 52.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
A motion to receive and file and a second. Thank you, Kathy. Seeing no objection to that, so ordered. That brings us back to what will be our 9:30 agenda at 9:30. So we have an opportunity to have a break. Do we have time or desire to go into closed session on any items at this time for 10 minutes or so?
There are things that we can cover if the board chooses to go into closed session now. I would note that most of the other participants were not anticipating anything this early, so
We breezed right through this.
That's
Springing forward thing.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the board's
Our
desire?
previous reputation of being
Yeah.
at midnight has preceded us, huh? Why don't we just take a break and then, if no one's,
Desire of the board, take a break here? All right, we'll take a break.
yeah.
That's fine. Good morning. We'll call the board back to order. And our first 9:30 time certain is a celebration. And it's a celebration of the Fillmore High School soccer team. Yay, the first. This is the first time the Fillmore boys soccer team has won first CIF Southern Section Championship. And that is really significant. Yeah. We have certificates that we're going to bring down to present to these young men and to the head coach, Coach Lamelli, and I know he's here, and I know that Superintendent Mario Cantini is here, and Principal of Fillmore is here. The entire community is so excited and so proud of these young men who, through excellent leadership with the coach, dedication by each and every one of you who put many hours into learning the skills of playing a very tough competitive game, the discipline and the dedication you put into it, to rise to the challenge to be a CIF champion is just outstanding. And we are proud of you. I wanted to bring you into the boardroom to recognize you, congratulate you, and go, yay team, what a great effort you put forth. And it takes a lot. It takes an awful lot. So I'd like to step down, if I might, invite the coach, the superintendent, the principal to please help me at the podium to hand out certificates to the outstanding young men. We'll call you down one at a time, okay? And I'll let you have a chance to say a few words. Also, please. Get organized.
These guys are laughing at me over here because they said I was going to have to talk. You know, it was a hard, when I first got the position 2 years ago as a head coach, I knew we had the skills to do it. We just always lacked a little bit of discipline to get there. And that was one of my main goals, is to bring a little bit more discipline into the program. And I just kind of showed the map, but they really did the work. And I just made sure that guided them to get to the treasure, which was the CIF championship. But all the efforts were actually the players, and they deserve all the credit, most of it. I just kind of showed them the way to get there, and they pretty much did the work. But that's all I have to say.
Superintendent, I'm sure you're proud, and our principal, please.
I think the only sad part of this deal is that most of you probably didn't have a chance to watch this team play. They were an outstanding team to watch. It was extremely exciting, and you could see just by watching them on the field why they won games. They were extraordinarily aggressive. I played soccer in college, and I actually had an opportunity to play semi-pro. And I know a little bit about the game, and one of the things that was most exciting for me to watch is that when passes were being made, they stepped in front of the opponent and took the pass, whether it was theirs or not. And their aggressiveness and fair play was outstanding, and I think that comes largely from the leadership of the coach, but also from the work ethic of the students. It was exciting to watch. I wish you could have seen them. Congratulations, coach and team.
One of the things that I was most proud about, this was my first year at Fillmore, but to watch these young men actually take the idea of focusing on a goal and then seeing what it was that they had to do to accomplish that goal, that's what probably gave me the greatest amount of pride. They had lots of things that were thrown at them, especially in the final championship game, and they kept their focus and they weren't distracted, and they did what they needed to do, and I think that's something that they're going to carry with them the rest of their lives. So it's more than just the championship. It's something that's going to be a lifetime accomplishment.
Coach, what was the score of that final game, and who did they beat?
Score was 3-0, and we beat Mojave.
Okay, now I'm going to call out the name. In fact, I'd like you to, if you would, call the names out, because you know these gentlemen better than I do. And then if you would come up here, and we're going to shake your hand, and then we're going to have a group picture, okay, when your name is called out. Maybe you can tell us a little about each one.
Okay, first is our freshman goalie. I brought him up for CIF. He actually is not here today. His name is Eric Morales. Next is junior. Plays midfield. Is Nestor Renteria. Next up is our starting goalie, Armando Acevedo. Next is another midfielder, Gerardo Martinez. Defender senior, Refugio Gonzalez. Yeah, this is one of the guys we're going to lose. Sophomore midfielder, Jonathan Martinez. Another senior, Jesse Alfares, played defense for us. Another senior, also defender, is Octavio Lepe. Another senior, it's starting forward, Ramiro Sanchez. And another senior, midfielder, Josue Garcia. Midfielder played forward, junior, Ismael Lepe. You
guys can line up all across here. All across here. We're going to take a big group photo.
Another junior played midfielder for us, Gilberto Calmarena. This player played forward and also midfielder is junior Octavio Mejia. And another senior played defense for us, Francisco Mejia. This is a junior, played stopper for us, Victor Magaña. Midfielder, played as a striker, actually a forward / middle, it's Andrew Girardi. This player is a freshman, he's actually not here. Luis Laureano played forward for us. The sophomore sweeper, actually a starting sweeper as a sophomore, is Francisco Aguayo. Another defender, a sophomore, Jake Bailey. Midfielder, sophomore, Hugo Cepeda. And last is, but not least, is our forward. He's only a junior, Martin Figueroa. And my assistant coach is Tony Tafoya.
Together so that the board's in the back and Martine's going to take a picture. You can do second layer here. Yeah, that's right. Everybody else is ready. Oh, no, you can't kneel down. The podium will block it. Can you get that? Go back up there, Martine.
Congratulations to you all. I hope that the discipline and all helps you throughout life, and that you'll be able to use this wonderful win as something to put on your college applications and get into some good colleges.
Scholarships, that's right. Thank you for joining us this morning. Give us a chance to congratulate you and cheer you on, and what a successful season it was. It was exciting to hear about it. Thank you.
You could come back next year.
That's right.
Just have to work real hard.
That's right. Next, we're going to move to a celebration of the National Boys and Girls Club Week, and that is annually celebrated from April 3rd through the 9th. And we have an opportunity to recognize the outstanding work that is done by our Boys and Girls Clubs in our county and the many youth that they serve, the young people of our county and our tomorrow's leaders. And they need professional youth services to help them cope with a wide range of challenges in their young lives. And at the forefront of the efforts in character and leadership development, education and career development, health and life skills, arts and sports, fitness and recreation, and teen programming are our wonderful Boys and Girls Clubs in Ventura County. These are organizations that help to keep our young people off the streets, offering them a safe and supportive place to go, providing them with quality programs and a safety net of services. And again, the clubs are celebrating National Boys and Girls Club Week this week, along with some 3,500 clubs throughout the nation and more than 4.2 million young people nationwide who are served. And by proclaiming this week, we're certainly asking all the residents of our county to join us in recognizing and commending the Boys and Girls Clubs of Camarillo, Conejo, Las Virgenes, Greater Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Moore Park, Santa Clara Valley, which includes Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru, Simi Valley, and Ventura, for providing a comprehensive, effective services to enrich the lives of our young people throughout our county. This also happens to be the year that will be celebrated year-long of the 100th year of Boys and Girls Club. Do I have that right? I do have that right. 100th year of the Boys and Girls Club. So there will be other celebrations throughout the year recognizing that good work. But I know many of the board members have had a role in Boys and Girls Clubs in their respective communities. I serve on the board with our Camarillo Club, and I attend all the events of all the clubs in my district because they're fun to do. But it's also a good way to show support for what is a real grassroots, on-the-ground program that offers outstanding quality services to youth in our county. So it is a pleasure, and I'd like to invite all the board members, because we all have respective clubs in our district, to step down. We have with us step down to present these resolutions to the Boys and Girls Club, and we have with us Mike Saliba from the Camarillo Club. We have Scott Robinson, the branch director of Conejo, Las Virgenes. We have Tim Blaylock of our Greater Oxnard Port Hueneme Club, Michael Wessner of the Moore Park Club, Pat Zwigerman, who represents our Santa Clara Valley, Santa Paula, Fillmore, Piru clubs, and from Simi Valley, Linda White wasn't able to be present, so we have, I'm sorry, thank you, and Diane Coranda, who's the CEO for the Ventura Club. So we can step down and present these and celebrate our youth in our county one more time.
And see that?
That's the same day, Pat, isn't it, Santa Clara Valley, 16th? Our event? Yeah, yeah. And we would like to invite you to say a few words, introduce the youth who are with us, who would like to do that.
On behalf of our Board of Directors of the Camarillo Club, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for this recognition. We do not have any of our kids here today, so I'll let the other people introduce themselves. But thank you, Kathy, and the rest of the board.
On behalf of the children and the Board of Directors of the Moore Park Boys and Girls Club, we thank you. We certainly appreciate this. As I explained to my supervisor and Ms. Long, we're at full capacity in Moore Park. We got a waiting list of 60 children. So we need more space and more ability, but we're really proud of what the children accomplish. And we're having our big annual auction on the 16th at the Moore Park Country Club, so come on down.
In being the product of Boys and Girls Club, I'm really proud to keep the legacy going in our county, and thank you for the opportunity to be a part of it. These people do wonderful work. I believe in it so much and passionate about it, and I'm glad that you shared in our recognition for what we believe in and helping our youth. So thank you very, very much.
Well, on behalf of the 6,500 youth in Greater Oxnard and Port Hueneme, I thank you all for your commitment to youth and your past support and continued support of our programs throughout the county. It's so important for all of our clubs. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the kids from Santa Paula, no more, and Piru, thank you for your interest and your care for the youth of our community and your dedication to helping us commit our mission. I just want to share a little bit of some things that we did at the Boys and Girls Club last week. One on Friday was our Youth of the Year, a luncheon where we honored the Youth of the Year overall county-wide, which was a great event. But also at Santa Clara Valley, we had a tea, our very first tea with our girls, where the girls got to dress up in dresses and gloves and boas, and, and we had a tea, and they were sipping tea from teacups with their little pinkies up. So it was a great event. That's one of the ways that we celebrated Boys and Girls Club Week. So I wanted to share that with you, and thank you again.
Good morning, my name is Sandy, and I'm here on behalf of Linda White and the Boys and Girls Club of Simi Valley and all of our members, and it's a great honor to be here today. This is my first time here, so it's very exciting for me, but I did want to thank you all for your support, and thank you, Judy, for your support as well. She recently came to our recognition luncheon. Thank you. And I know Linda would like to say thank you as well for all your support. And if you'd like to golf, we have our golf tournament next week if you'd like to come. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Diane Caranda with the Ventura Boys and Girls Club. We, too, want to add our thanks for the support of the Board of Supervisors for all of the Boys and Girls Clubs throughout Ventura County. We are experiencing a lot of growth in Ventura, as I know all of the clubs are, and we also are at about maximum capacity at all three of our sites in Ventura. Because we are on spring break this week, I had the opportunity to bring some of our youngsters here, and I'd like to introduce Leah Cobb, who's the branch manager of the Robert Addison Center, located over by the Avenue, to come up and introduce the children she's brought with us today.
Hi. Shayana, you want to come on up? And Alyssa Mitchell and Gabriel, her twin brother, Gabriel Ramirez, Justin Boberson, Zach Boberson, Steve Bear, Lisa, Elizabeth, Ashley, Christopher, and Ariana.
I just want to say one thing to all the representatives of Boys and Girls Clubs, and that is we are faced every day with trying to prioritize our investments. And if you had to think about investments, investing in the children the way the Boys and Girls Clubs does is probably, I can't imagine getting a bigger bang for the buck. And that's just great in terms of what you're doing and turning back to the community. So thank you very much. It's a great time to do that.
All righty, moving right along here. Okay. Next item on our agenda, board members, is item 38, 9:30 time certain, second hearing, adoption of the 2003-05 Criminal Justice Attorney Association Ventura County Memorandum of Agreement. Good morning, Mr. Nicole.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. This is, as you have just identified, it is the second reading of the adoption of the contract between the Criminal Justice Attorneys Association and the County of Ventura. As you know, this contract was approximately 18 months in the making. It is an agreement covering that 18 months and ends in December of this year. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding the details of this settlement.
Are there questions on this second reading?
Move approval.
It's motion and a second. Hearing no objection to the motion, so ordered. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Good work.
Good work.
All right, board members, our next item isn't until 10:30. Oh, wait a minute.
You missed
10
one.
o'clock, 10 o'clock.
You missed one.
Yes, water rate
Reddy's
adjustments.
going,
Reddy's- yeah, right. I'm sorry. 10 o'clock, and it is item number 39, water rate adjustments, revisions to rules, regulations, Ventura County Water Works District Number 1, sitting as the Ventura County Water Works District. Moore Park Supervisor District 4, Mr. Pacala.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston.
I know.
Reddy Pacala with Water and Sanitation Department, Public Works Agency.
What did you say your name was?
Reddy Pacala.
I used to know his father.
He just had to do that,
First
Reddy. Proceed, sir.
The public hearing is for the proposed water rate increase for Ventura County Water Works District Number 1. District provides water and sanitation services to the city of Moore Park and areas to the north and west. District water supply comes from local groundwater and imported water imported water supply from State Water Project through Metropolitan Water District and Cayugas Municipal Water District. Cayugas Municipal Water District is a wholesale water purveyor in Ventura County. They provide water supply to about 17 water purveyors like the district. Metropolitan Water District, as you are aware, provides water supply to most of Southern California, about 6 counties from Oxnard all the way to the Mexican border. Cayugas lost $3.8 million in ERAF shift this fiscal year. According to Cayugas, that's equal to about 40% of their operations and maintenance budget. In addition, Metropolitan Water District has increased their water rates by about 7.8% to pay for some water quality improvements required by new regulations from EPA. In response, Cayugas has increased the water rate to its purveyors like the district by 10% effective January 1st, 2005. We reviewed our operations and maintenance budget for the district, and we believe a 8% rate increase is needed to offset our rate increases from the Cayugas Municipal Water District. However, typically we come to your board with rate adjustments during the budget process. We are recommending a rate increase at this time because if we were to wait until budget time, we believe the rate increase has to be higher than 8%. If you were to approve the proposed recommendation, this would mean an increase of $1.90 per month per resident within the district service area. The Citizens Advisory Committee appointed by your board unanimously concurs with the staff recommendation. We have mailed the proposed water rate increases notices to all the customers. And as of 9:30 this morning, we have received 4 telephone calls from our customers. All these calls were asking for some clarifications and questions about the water rates. We are therefore recommending your approval of the 8% commodity water rate increase and revisions to the district rules and regulations. That concludes my verbal presentation. I'll be glad to respond to any questions you might have.
Any questions?
The increase in the water costs to Cayugas that they're passing on, was that 10%?
Yes.
And-
It's 10% of the Cayugas rate that we are paying them.
And yet we only need an 8% increase?
We are recommending 8% increase to our customers.
And that basically is the cost that it would be to the water district to pay for the increased expense of the Cayugas water?
Yeah, typically we pump about 20% from local groundwater, 20% from local groundwater, and we import about 80%.
Oh, so that's it. Because we take some groundwater, we don't have to do a full 10% increase then?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Other questions?
No, just a comment. This has been through the community process, and I think it speaks well that the letters that went out elicited such little response and no direct angst, and we certainly got no calls in my office. And so it's unfortunate, but we can't operate at a deficit because then we can't provide the service. So I believe that this is very prudent and certainly very conservative, and with that I would move the appropriate action.
Motion and a second for the comments, or?
I would just note the rate increase that the Oak Park water system did was a $3 a month increase, so I think it's noteworthy that it was only $1.90 here, and it doesn't all account for the fact that 20% is groundwater. So I appreciate the diligence.
Thank you.
I certainly support the motion, just with a comment that once again the ERAF shift hits local government, and that hits right directly into our property owners and front door. But good work on it, thank you. Passes 4-0.
Just for the record, Madam Chair,
Yes,
there
sir.
was no public
There,
cards.
no, that's correct. Thank you. No public cards on this, so passes 4-0. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
your work.
Thank you.
Okay, now board members, we have at 10:30 we'll be back. We're going to go into closed session. We apologize for a little delay, and we'll move right into our 10 o'clock, 10:30, which is our storm damage report from our Storms 205 and the presentation. Mr. Coons, good morning.
Good morning once again, Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. It's my pleasure to have some staff here with me today to give an overview of the storm of 2005.
It's all the good
We'd like to
staff,
have
all the
more
work.
people here to introduce you to or reacquaint you with, but with Public Works Week coming up this next month, I think our schedules may be a little more adaptable to having those people here at that time. So we have a few staff with us today. Once again, this last year's been Public Works, been 24/7 has been our Public Works campaign logo, and it's sure.
You've been serving that for the last 2 months.
Campaign logo again next year. Hopefully, the weather will be more helpful with us. But we do have, first off the bat, Mr. Britt will stand up here and we'll do transportation first, and then we'll have Mr. Pratt and Mr. Pacala, the directors of the departments most affected here. I want to apologize. We wanted to get this package to you Friday, but with competing schedules on many of the projects, we weren't able to do that, and so you weren't provided that advanced distribution, nor was the press or the public, and I apologize for that. But with no further ado, I'll have Mr. Britt come.
You guys have something else to do besides
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Britt.
Good morning, Chairman Long, Chairperson Long, and members of the board. My name is Butch Britt. We're going to try and walk through a brief summary of the storm disaster this year. When you're dealing with roads, you're dealing with people's front yards. You're dealing with their ability to get back and forth to work or school or wherever. Roads are essential for commerce. Without it, our businesses, in many cases, would have to shut down. And last but not least is emergency response vehicles. The sheriff, the fire, the ambulance, they can all get there if you got the roads to get them there. But if you don't have the roads, they're not going to get there. So they are important. I won't go through each thing, but the key is that this particular disaster was probably one of the most aggravating that I've been through since I've been with the county, and I've been through 11 now. And it looks like we may have 2 declared federal disasters out of this, although the second one is still pending. The thing, as Yogi Berra used to say, it's deja vu all over again, just when we thought we were starting to get pretty well back, reestablished from one rainstorm, one disaster, we get hit with another fairly heavy rainstorm. This kind of gives you an idea of what we were looking at, during the disaster. It doesn't pop up on the screen like this, nice and neat, but this is what's coming at you over the telephone, over the radio, or as you drive around the county. At these times, at least I felt like the captain of the Titanic must have felt right after he hit the iceberg, or to use another analogy, as a commanding officer of a MASH unit, where you're looking at you've got a number of casualties, and you've got to decide where to put your limited resources to do the most good. And in some cases, you just got to decide that road's going to have to wait. It's not going to resurrect itself until we can put the time and energy and resources to bring it back fully. So in some cases, we did what we could do to get it back restored. In some cases, we put it aside. And we wouldn't have been able to do it without some very good, motivated, competent people. And that's the key to being able to respond, and the support from your board and allowing us to use some extraordinary contract measures to get the contracting community out to help us and get things going as quickly as we could. We made some mistakes. We know it. But in doing work like this, you have to do what you can do. You make a decision, and you move on with it. We have some representative slides. 101 pretty much look like a wetlands area, and we were thinking of applying as a mitigation measure to make this a wetlands area during the heat of disaster. You've seen the slides. It was pretty dramatic, and it was pretty invasive on people's property and their homes. I don't mean to belittle that at all, But in terms of the road system, the roads up in La Conchita are not the most highest priority in terms of the road system. Priority in terms of humans, and that the majority of the response up in La Conchita was done by our fellow county workers from the fire and the sheriff's office. We were out there in a little bit less known places, Matillahawk Canyon. Again, for the 60 or so homes that live back at the end of Matillahawk Canyon, this road is our only lifeline to get in and out. And as you can see, it's highly susceptible to the types of damage that we're susceptible to in the county of Ventura. And many of our roads are the epitome of between a rock and a hard place. The road itself is up next to the creek, Matillahawk Creek, and the mountains next to it. Both have a tendency to move on occasion or to cause a road not to want to be there. Santa Ana Road, probably one of the more important roads within the county road system, and certainly important to the folks that live up in Ojai. We had a massive slide. Actually, if you look at the slide very closely, it's at least 3 separate slides that have come down, and there are 3 separate sliding planes. We didn't know that when we started. We just knew we had a big mess on our hands, and it was going to take time to get it out. We also know from working on slides, you tend not to work from the bottom. Typically, the comment we get from people is, well, just take a bulldozer through and knock a hole on it. And yeah, that'll work if you're not too concerned about what comes down on top of you. But to bring a slide down like this, we have to start at the top and bring it down. It's been frustrating also because of the number of rainstorms that we got in February and in March, each one of which has caused additional slides and additional pop-outs on Santa Ana Road. We were able to use the material from this slide to fill in these pop-outs or erosion areas, and that most of that is restored. We're hoping to reopen Santa Ana Road very, very shortly. Roads like Canada Larga, they don't get a lot of attention, again, because you have very few people live back there, but for the people that live back there that have their ranches, their farms, this is a very important road. As you can see, Mother Nature, when she decides to move, there ain't a whole lot you can do about it. That is the road, believe it or not, and that's not where the creek is supposed to be or normally is, but when Mom decides she wants to move someplace else, she moves. This is the kind of damage she did at the first bridge coming off Highway 33. This is typical of the damage going into Canada Larga, and again, she didn't have a whole lot of respect for historic structures either. That's a historic Victoria Aqueduct, which since has fallen into the creek during the late March storms. South Mountain Road. Again, the river, Santa Clara River, can be just as wild as the Ventura River when it gets going. It kicked over, washed out a good section of road. We had protective groins that we had installed in 95 and 98, and it wiped out 2 of the groins. The February storms, we thought we had lost all 4 of the groins, but when the water went down, we found that the work we had done held up pretty well, and we were in pretty good shape. We don't fool around when it comes to putting rock. That's 4-ton rock that we're putting in on the groins at South Mountain Road. When it comes to bank protection or groin protection, particularly in the streams that we have around Ventura County, the bigger the rock, the better. This is an interesting slide. During the February storms, the Santa Clara River actually turned around 180 degrees, and as you look up there, the water, instead of going down, started coming back in backwards, and then came back downstream. I think that's why you saw so much damage both on South Mountain Road and further upstream at the airport. The river in this area is highly unpredictable. Grimes Canyon, we had water coming down Grimes Canyon Creek, a lot of debris, and debris was exacerbated by the firestorms we had last year. There was a lot of debris all over the county, and we're still picking it up. We lost on Grimes Canyon Road, the county portion. 1 bridge was lost. We will have to rebuild it. We're in the process this week of trying to put in a temporary bypass. And then 1 bridge was pretty severely damaged. We have restored that for local traffic. We lost a good section of roadway, almost 1,000 feet. It's a pretty good drop down to the bottom of the creek. So we closed this road off, and we're in the process of rebuilding that now. We'll have that rebuilt by the end of next week, we're hoping, and we'll be allowed to allow local access for passenger vehicle cars going through the county portion of Grimes Canyon, but we will restrict larger vehicle access until probably this winter or even next spring, because the bridge getting rebuilt will have to be done, as we'll get into later, using normal contracting procedures, normal procedures for permits and that type of thing. We had slides in Yerba Buena. Surprisingly, during the early storms, the Malibu Mountains area did not suffer as much damage as we normally do, but we did start having slides in Yerba Buena and pop-outs in February. This is, this slide was nowhere near as big as the one we had on Santa Ana, and we were able to get up there. I honestly don't know how the gentleman driving those bulldozers could either be so reckless, brave, or dumb to get up there and bring that down, but they were able to do it, and I got to take my hat off to their skill and to the skill of our road maintenance people in deciding what to do, how to get it done, and getting that road back open in less than a month. We had some major washouts on Yerba Buena Road. This is typical. Culvert backed up, and you can see pieces of the culvert and pieces of the road down in the stream bed. We were able to restore that again in less than a month and get the road reopened. We just based it in. We'll come back later because of the moisture that's still up in Yerba Buena area, in the Malibu Mountains area. We'll repave that later this summer. This is not a creek. This is Casitas Vista Road. This is the kind of thing that when you're trying to get from place to place during a storm, you will encounter. And it's not the place to be driving a small vehicle or a vehicle without four-wheel drive. This is the kind of thing that as we get back and forth to either assess damage or get vehicles in to try and get people out from their houses or wherever, this is the kind of thing that we will encounter. This slide was Santa Felicia Dam up at Lake Piru, just to give you an idea of the kind of debris that was coming down from some of the canyons. Fortunately, this debris was caught up on the dam, but as you can see, not all of it was caught in the dam. Not all of it, a good portion of it came down, and this is the kind of debris that we were getting both under the bridges, on top of the roadway, and had to be pulled out and pushed away before we could reopen the road. This is Torrey Road. Torrey Road's kind of infamous in Ventura County because every time you start releasing water from Santa Felicia Dam, you can pretty much bank on the fact that you're going to lose Torrey Road. We used to have culverts up here. We got tired of going down river and picking up the culverts and bringing them back, so a few years ago we put in some piles. We poured a dual concrete culvert bridge there, and the bridge stays. The approaches to the bridge wash out. They're sacrificial. And when the water goes down, we try to channel the water back to the bridge, restore the road, and put it back in service. It's not a high-volume road, but it's very essential to the oil fields, to the ranchers and farmers that take access off Guyberson Road in this area. To kind of summarize, we know we're not through. We've been through a lot of work. We got about $30 million worth of damage out there. We've done contracts for about $8 to $9 million so far, plus the amount of overtime that these gentlemen put in. It slowed us down in our normal work, although the normal work that we already had awarded had to keep going. Otherwise, we would have had claims or disadvantage to the contractors and disadvantage to the taxpayers. We did think, I thought that for your board members to at least see some faces, that people were out there at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 and 5 days straight. I thought it would be appropriate to let you see some of those faces. And that's the key to any success we've had. Gentlemen from road maintenance, they dress up pretty nice and they come in. Jeff Lemos, would you stand up, gentlemen? Rudy Munoz, Charles Vivian, and Ray Rangel. I'd like to say a couple words about Ray. You guys can sit down. You don't have to stand up if you want to. Now, I don't know if it was planned or what, but my road maintenance engineer retired about I forget whether it was the 10th or the 12th of January. If you notice the dates of the first storms, we started having rain in late December, and we could tell late December, early January that we were going to start having problems, and sure enough, we did. Ray stepped up. Actually, all four of these gentlemen did volunteer to be the acting maintenance chief out there. And when you consider the incremental difference between the positions they normally hold and the temporary position, they didn't do it for the money. I can guarantee you that. And the fact that in general these gentlemen don't get overtime unless there's an awful lot of overtime involved. They really are dedicated individuals that feel very strongly for their jobs, and I really take my hat off to them. We also had some folks from design, Chris Hook and Glenda Rossett. Chris turned out about 30 contracts, often without the benefit of knowing exactly what he was doing before he started. Although he had a pretty good idea as an engineer, we didn't have the nicety of being able to go through all the design reviews and everything else that we normally do before we put a contract out for bidding, calling in contractors, negotiating prices on the spot, and we wouldn't have got it without the effort that Chris put in, a lot of it on weekends, a lot of it at night, and I know as an engineer he sometimes worried about having to do things quick and dirty, but we taught him in '98 that that's the way you get it done around here before all the regulations come back in. You get it done before people try to stop you. Glenda Rossett was out there on Sunset Street, and I know Supervisor Bennett appreciated it almost all weekend. And I think there was a time when he was trying to wrestle this pump that we had down in there, trying to pump out the water by himself with some help from the folks from road maintenance. But that's the kind of dedication that I was very proud to see within the transportation department. And
Glenn and Chris, would you stand up so we can thank you too? Thank you.
And Ben and Mommy, one of the things that you don't hear a lot of publicity about during a disaster is we can't afford them. We've got to be able to go back and get either FEMA or FHWA reimbursement. The key to getting reimbursement, to be getting every dime that we deserve, is having accurate records to be able to show to the FEMA folks, to be able to prove to them that the damage did exist, because a lot of times we come back a week or 2 weeks later and the guys on road maintenance have been out there and they've made some temporary repairs, and the guys from FEMA are looking at it saying, well, what was the problem? I mean, the sun's out, there's nothing wrong here. This road's fine. We're not going to give any money for this. If we didn't have the photographs, and we took almost 5,000 photographs of this disaster, or the engineering evaluations of the damage, which Ben and his crews did, we wouldn't have been able to get through. And I really have to commend Ben for, again, putting in the extra hours, going out with the FEMA folks, getting the organization to all these reports, and also dealing with FHWA, because even though they're both federal agencies, even though they both go from the same Stafford Act or the same route federal regulation, god dang it, they use different forms and different procedures, so you have to kind of run two sets of books to be able to get reimbursed on the disasters. Without his effort and the efforts of a lot of other people in Public Works, we wouldn't be able to get our reimbursement that we do deserve to get, and we need to keep operating. With that, I'll shut up. I know there's a lot of other people here to speak, and thank you very much for the opportunity to brief your board.
Thank you, and thank each and every one of you. Tremendous work. Next, Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, Chair Long, Supervisors, Mr. Johnston. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Watershed Protection District. This morning, I'm here to provide you and your board with an overview of the district's response and recovery efforts to this year's January and February storms. We don't have anybody here that we're going to ask for recognition for at this time. As Ron said, we think we'll probably be doing that during our Public Works Week presentation. However, I would like to point out that all levels in the Watershed Protection District, in the office and out in the field, were involved in this, and there have been some extraordinary efforts that have been applied. And if I tried to mention them by name, I'd sure forget somebody with that, so I'd have to list them all. And in addition to that, we've leaned on our support services departments like Central Services and Engineering Services, and I can guarantee you everybody's pulling on an oar on this Viking ship, I suppose. With that, I'll jump into the presentation. I thought the best way to accomplish this overview was to follow a theme through this talk, a theme which is largely coincident with the progression of events through time. As you may be aware, any disaster recovery process begins long before the disaster occurs. That is, in preparation for the disaster. During this brief presentation, I'm going to mention some of those more salient preparatory exercises performed by the district. Once the disaster's in effect, in this case it was a storm event, there's an immediate and sustained response, which consists largely of predicting and preventing harm to the people and resources of Ventura County. As the emergency subsides, serious and sustained recovery efforts begin. In this presentation, you will again see the gravity of the situation, especially from a cost perspective, to the residents of Ventura County. We're in competition with other agencies around the state for a limited slice of federal and state disaster assistance funding, and as a result, we must make the cost recovery a priority for the next several months. Finally, as we move around this oval, we begin mitigation efforts of two distinct types. And recall that the distinguishing characteristic between recovery and mitigation is one of capacity and or function. In other words, recovery simply allows us to replace the function that existed prior to the disaster. Mitigation allows us to prevent future disasters, so we upsize facilities, for example. Those two types of funding are very different in the way you pursue them. Type 1 is the funding that we're after currently in the mitigation funding, which it comes out of the disaster recovery money that is budgeted by the feds and state. Type 2 is a competitive grant process, which will occur later in the process for those that were not successful in recovering hazard mitigation money for. Of course, we're going to focus on Type 1 for the short term. As I said, the recovery process began long before the storms arrived. All of our facilities were cleaned and ready to roll. Pump stations were ready, and everybody was in the process of awaiting the coming storms. This picture you see, I think we've got a timeline going. This is January 6th, Thursday, before the storms are coming. We know they're coming. In the near term, our forecasts are very, very accurate. Everybody's been alerted. Everybody's on standby. Our emergency procedures have been reviewed and rehearsed in the light rains which have occurred in the early fall, including the activation of the Storm Operations Center. And on Thursday, this activation was 24/7 and started an ongoing dialogue with the National Weather Service for the purposes of flood warnings. The SOC provided regular updates to the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services and fielded dozens of calls from various concerned agencies, including the media and the Department of Water Resources and several dam tenders. This is the kind of information that you see in the storm warning room. Real-time flow and rain data were updated every 15 minutes, and areas of concern were relayed to appropriate emergency service personnel. This is Friday. Storm patrols were initiated. Engineers and maintenance personnel were dispatched to the field for the purposes of observation and reporting. And this slide depicts the information is received and reviewed by our SOC personnel. These particular screens depict rainfall and flow over time at various strategic locations throughout the county and on its major tributaries or streams. As the storm progresses, field monitoring efforts are converted to field actions. WPD personnel begin the serious 24/7 flood fighting through the use of manpower and personnel, as well as contract personnel and equipment. Here you see Saturday, I believe, January the 7th. You see 3 of the dozens of locations that were being addressed at the beginning of the storm. The one on the left with the big excavator is Grimes Canyon. The one on the right, and Grimes Canyon, by the way, is in the Santa Clara watershed. And the one on the right, you see Fresno Canyon. And Fresno Canyon is in the Ventura River watershed, and it's just upstream of a neighborhood that was damaged in a major way by the mud and the debris and flood flows. The bottom one, of course, is Pole Creek, infamous for a variety of reasons. It's always one of the first places we check when the rains start. In addition to the flood fighting activities, WPD personnel are out during the rains performing necessary and mandated monitoring during the storm event. What you see on the left-hand picture, water quality samples being collected as required by our NPDES permit. On the two pictures on the right, you see flow monitoring for the purposes of calibration and refinement, both during the storm and after the storm it flows. You see our personnel on the 12th Street Bridge, Santa Clara River. You see those flows are right up at the lip of the bridge, measuring flows and the stream bottom. The bottom picture is the Arroyo Santa Rosa near the city of Camarillo, as I recall. This information gathered by the field hydrographers is relayed to the SOC. They're in constant communication with the SOC, allowing on-the-fly calibration and validation of the electronic information that's being received. You see here a screen of rainfall amounts and intensities being monitored and validated by SOC personnel. From this, it's easy for our SOC staff to see that the Ventura River watershed was being hit the hardest, followed by the Santa Clara River watershed, with some notable minor exceptions. The Caygas Creek and Malibu Creek watersheds got hit much more lightly. They didn't see the rainfall intensities nor amounts that the other two watersheds saw. Of course, this information allowed various decision makers to more wisely deploy dispatch personnel and resources. On Monday, which is 1/10, all of the Watershed Protection District stations are manned. All office personnel, all field personnel are out. The front counter begins to receive their 40-plus additional calls per day requesting help and other information. Our permits and environmental people are dispatched to the field, and their contacts and negotiations with the regulatory agencies begin. They begin to negotiate the work that's proposed to be undertaken by the Watershed Protection District, because most of that work is obviously going to occur in environmentally sensitive areas. The rain begins to taper on Monday and eventually stops, as I recall, about midnight of that night, but Watershed Protection District personnel continue their 24/7 watch. After the January storms, the sponge, that is the county soils, has reached near saturation. This means that even small storms now present a threat, as less of the rainfall will be absorbed by the ground and more will run off. So even small storms will generate large flows in the streams. And we already have significantly damaged areas that are just beginning to dig out of the mud that are threatened. Watershed Protection District personnel begin preparation for the next wave of storms. The first order of business, actually initiated during the previous or January event, is the identification of high-risk areas, which are the result of the damage that occurred in the January storms. This information is prepared and disseminated electronically using state-of-the-art GIS technology, and it's used by all emergency personnel for the deployment of personnel and resources and for the purposes of evacuation. Zone 1 high-risk areas included areas damaged by the storm in Casita Springs, along San Antonio Creek, portions of the communities of Oakview and Miners Oaks along the Ventura River, and the neighborhood of Siete Robles along Thatcher Creek. High-risk areas in Zone 2 included the Santa Felicia Dam. I think you saw a picture of transportation, all that debris about ready to pile over the dam and start causing untold damage in the community of Piru and other points downstream. Hopper Creek was also a point of real interest. It flooded Highway 101, and we were keeping an eye on the flows there. Pole Creek, again, perennial problem, and some heroic efforts averted some disaster there. We cut a levee on one side and flooded private property in order to save a mobile home park on the other side. Other areas of concern were Santa Paula Creek and other various areas downstream. Zone 3, the high-risk areas included many sections of the Arroyo Simi and Simi Valley and Moore Park, some areas along Conejo Creek, and the innocuously named Happy Camp Canyon. There were no high-risk areas identified in Zone 4. Office personnel, of course, continued to work to reduce the data that was coming in from the field as time permitted, fine-tuning the numbers for eventual publication and use by all. And this means National Weather Services, water suppliers. I mean, there's a wide variety of people who take this information and use it. This slide I included because it demonstrates an interesting phenomenon which affects the accuracy of our models and our predictions. You would think that some of these stream cross sections are stable, but as you see from this slide, they're anything but. The blue is what existed, the Santa Clara bottom across the bridge at 12th Street in Santa Paula before the storm. Red is where they were measuring. You saw the truck parked on the bridge, and you see that the silt and sediment are moving, the debris has been picked up, and it's threatening points downstream. And the green was where the river finally settled after the storms had subsided. This makes prediction of flows a very dicey thing, and it is one of the reasons why these people are out collecting this information and relaying it back to the Storm Operations Center, so we don't unduly frighten people, unduly evacuate people, or, in the other extreme, overlook something, a problem that may be occurring. That's the cross-section stations as you go across the bridge. So the width of that's probably on the order of 900 feet across the bridge. Total damage to date across all zones, 38 million. That number's been refined quite a bit. Our preliminary damage assessment was a bit higher than that. We had included things we didn't know whether or not we would be addressing. The damage assessment is being refined continually by our O&M forces, engineers, anecdotal reports, and information received from emergency personnel in the field. And we have ongoing talks started with the people we hope to get some of the money, recover some of the money from. That would be FEMA, NRCS, and the Corps of Engineers. We have no commitments from FEMA as of yet, but NRCS has already promised, or we've signed, and your board has approved, I think, something on the order of $7 million in projects. We have another $9 million requested from NRCS through Senator Feinstein's office, which we hope will become a line item in a bill in Congress soon. And should we be successful in garnering that, FEMA and Corps will be looked to for the balance of the $38 million. In Zone 1, our preliminary damage assessment indicated that these were the locations of concern, too many to name, but some notable exceptions, which I'll go into a little bit of detail here. Casita Springs, Fresno Canyon got hammered. Fresno filled up with debris. Highway 33 was overcome. The mud flowed through the neighborhoods and then through the homes. I think in some cases the depth of mud in the homes was something on the order of 3 feet and more. We also had a lot of damage along San Antonio Creek. There are much more dramatic pictures than this, but I didn't have any at the time. This shows debris buildup on the bridge. We had a lot of damage at the neighborhood Siete Robles, which is served by this piece of channel, which covers Thatcher Creek through the Siete Robles subdivision. And, of course, Matilla Dam was continuously monitored through the storm, looking for problems. In Zone 1, we estimated a total damage of about $8 million. If all goes well and we recover maximum dollars, which is where our efforts are going to be focused, we will be out of pocket $500,000 district-wise. That's not including personnel costs. And we will recover the balance from the state, OES 1.5, who's agreed to carry something on the order of 75% of the 25% that the feds don't carry, and we'll recover $6 million from the federal agencies. Most likely, the bulk of that coming from FEMA. A question's been raised by many of you about emergency reserves in the various zones and how those are calculated or arrived at. But essentially, at the beginning of this storm, the emergency reserves were $191,000 from the benefit assessment in Zone 1. What we try to do in Zone 1 is add $115,000. It's a strict percentage of the revenues that we generate or that are generated by that zone each year. And that number just accumulates until such time as it's needed. In this case, it had accumulated to something on the order of $191,000.
Mr. Pratt, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what's the benefit assessment district bring in just for scale overall?
In Zone 1,
Zone
I'll have
1.
to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I'm sure in Zone 1 it's less than $1 million.
Thank you.
Let me mark that down. So. We have recovery underway in many parts of in many parts of Zone 1, just an example of a recovery effort here in Coyote Creek. This is before, this is after the storms and then after the repairs. Our work continues. I guess we're less than 50% of recovered, and we haven't started the hazard mitigation yet. In Zone 1. Zone 2, the stars indicate those areas that were hit and damaged that we're keeping an eye on. Again, notable areas of damage. Pole Creek, you see on the top during a high flow. You see the airport, which was hit by the Santa Clara River, came out and went around a sediment deposit created by Santa Paula Creek, came around that and swung back and caught the airport. That made national news, and it resulted in some significant funding, about $6 million overnight, and I think that came from Congressman Gallagher's office. We really didn't have much to do with that, although I'd like to say we did. NRCS approached us about taking that project on. Normally we don't do erosion, but without a local sponsor, nobody can do it, so we recommended that it be taken on. And we also conditioned it that they throw some of that money, the $6 million that they'd received, toward the erosion problem on Santa Paula Creek, which is the picture on the lower left. Another perennial problem, and you can see that with this storm, many homes are now seriously threatened by increased erosion. NRCS agreed to split the money, $4 million for the airport, $2 million for Santa Paula Creek. Essentially, they're paying for all the construction costs. They're calling these exigency projects. That gives them the ability to do that. We have to carry, as the local sponsor, design, permitting, and land acquisition costs, which probably range something on the order of $500,000 or $600,000 for these two projects. The total damage in Zone 2 was $16 million. Again, emergency reserves had built up to about $2 million in Zone 2. And in Zone 2, we add approximately $420,000 a year from the benefit assessment to that pot. And since '98, it had accumulated to, or since the last time we'd used it, we may have touched that in 2000, but it had accumulated to about $2.1 million. We hope to recover all but about $600,000. That's probably overly optimistic, but we didn't know any other way to report it. And again, serious efforts are going to be applied over the next coming months in trying to recover that money and fighting for that little piece of the federal and state pie. Recovery underway includes Waring Channel. This channel is downstream from a debris basin in the community of Piru. And if it fails, the community of Piru is isolated from their evacuation center. And so they have no place to go. This was a high priority repair for us. These are the damaged areas from the preliminary damage assessment, refined damage assessment in Zone 3. Areas of note included the channel downstream from Las Yajas, or grade stabilizer. You see that in the upper left-hand picture, failing. You see the Bus Canyon tributary, which serves a portion of the city of Simi Valley, and we have houses very close to this channel. You could spit from the side of the channel and hit the house. And you see the channels falling in on itself. This is due to high groundwater and some the failure of some of the steel in these walls. You can see we also have that brace. This is an upcoming CIP project that will be raised in priority as a result of this failure and presented to your board later this year for consideration. See a grade stabilizer failure, the lower right-hand corner, and very near Sycamore in the city of Simi Valley. And then you see the biggest problem we had, I think, in as far as flooding of structures was Happy Camp Canyon. Many people thought this was a debris basin, but our facility is basically a levee that protects these homes, and it runs perpendicular to flow. The stream comes in this way. You used to take a right-hand turn here and then a right-hand turn and head down the channel. Many people thought through the storm that this was a debris basin, that we were busy trying to clean a debris basin when mud was flowing down this major street here and flooding homes and houses in the city of Moore Park. We were trying to save this neighborhood. I believe it's called College Heights. We already had mud that had overtopped and was going through cuts in this brick wall into these homes, and if we would have lost this levee and it had started unraveling at this end where our access road was, that neighborhood would have suffered some tremendous damage. So we focused our efforts on getting our emergency road so we could maintain this levee and creating clear flow for the channel so that we could reduce the stress on the system downstream.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just a quick note, I know we're trying not to interrupt, but I think at this moment it's appropriate to say thank you and to let the board know that there was an extreme amount of stress put on the personnel that were out there working the Happy Camp situation. Undue, unnecessary, and uncalled for. And there were also some things said later on at a Moore Park City Council meeting that were undue, uncalled for, and inappropriate. Pardon me, and I would just like all of the staff that were involved in that situation to understand that I was on the phone and very supportive of the decisions that were being made. And I apologize for the flack that was taken unnecessarily.
Thank you. Total damage in Zone 3, $13 million. At the beginning of the storm, we had about $823,000 set aside to leverage funding from the feds or for use in emergency response. Approximately $315,000 is added from Zone 3 each year to that amount. And again, if we are successful in recovering our 75% from the feds and the 75% of the 25% from the state, we'll be out of pocket $800,000, not including personnel costs. But again, probably overly optimistic. And $38 million overall represents to us something on the order of 3 years of capital work and for our capital section normally. Recovery in Zone 3, we got Bus Canyon back up. We're moving that one up in priority on the CIP list. Hope to get that thing replaced maybe later this year. Got the grade stabilizer put back near the Sycamore Bridge. And moving to Zone 4. Zone 4 was very fortunate. The rains were light, and we didn't have, the district, didn't have too many facilities there. The two facilities of note in Zone 4 are an underwater debris basin that serves West Lake, the lake. It stops debris from entering the lake that is generated by Potrero Canyon and the Potrero Creek. And then Medea Creek, which you see here. Don't have a picture of the underwater debris basin. It would just be a picture of water, I guess. But this is what happened at Medea Creek. Recovery's underway on Medea Creek. Total damage estimated in Zone 4 about $1 million. Zone 4 doesn't have any money for emergency reserves, nor do we set anything aside. In Zone 4, we generate a total for the district of about $290,000 annually. 160 of that's from the benefit assessment, 90,000 of that's from the property tax, and although it varies from year to year, on average we may get about $40,000 in land development fees. We've moved around the circle into the mitigation, talking to the regulatory agencies about what they will or will not fund. An example of mitigation is trying to move this monitoring station, which was hit by a landslide. Well, one of our we had personnel inside that when the landslide came and barely escaped. It ran, so we're moving that one away. You can see it down by the Ventura River, and you can see where the slide came down, where the slide was starting to come down. So if we're successful in recovering that, that's considered mitigation because we're not putting it back where it was. We're moving it away. Another example of mitigation was the temporary debris basin that we created at Fresno Canyon. There were a number of perch slides that occurred up inside the canyon. We had to do something. We got into private property. The debris was coming down. It was blocking the culverts. Then it was going over the highway through the houses. We had to do something, and this was a field fit by our maintenance people that was tremendously effective. But we're not going to be able to recover that through our emergency cleanup. This is going to go into the category of mitigation, and we'll have to negotiate that with the regulatory agencies. And that concludes my overview, and if you have any questions, I can answer them. Or
other questions or comments?
Just a comment. Just like the roads department, I probably spent more time with Watershed Protection District, but both of them. But I mean, just night and day, people were out there, and it was remarkable. And I know the people in the communities that you've served have consistently complimented the work that was done, Casitas Springs and City Robles, et cetera. So thank you, and thanks to all the road people also.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Pacala. Yes.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. This is Reddy Pacala Jr. We do not have as much storm damage as the Transportation and Watershed Protection District has. However, as you know, water and sewer lines are underground. When we construct these sewer systems and water systems, we try to locate them in such a way that we don't sustain as much damage. Your board is responsible through our department for 7 sewer systems and 6 water systems and ERD. And majority of our staff works out of the Moore Park office. We don't have anybody in this meeting at this time. They're all working out there. I do have Pete Kaiser from ERD present at this meeting. Thank you, Jeff. This slide shows you the total damage that we incurred within the special districts and also ERD. As I mentioned, each of the special district, independent district, all of the expenses are paid by the district through either the rates or through the developer's fees. Thank you. This particular slide shows different special districts that we are responsible for. I'll start with the North Coast Sewer System, which is CSA 29. We have what we call a step sewer system. Most of the homes have underground tanks. Each one has a pump, and the sewage is pumped from each of these homes into a collection system. And this particular sewer system provides service to communities along the beach. North of Ventura to Santa Barbara County line. However, it does not serve the La Conchita area and Rincon area. And as you can see on this slide, this is CSA 30, there's an Island Acre sewer system. District 19 is for Somas water system. District 1, where we have the majority of the damage, is for the Moore Park and surrounding areas. We have District 16, Piru. We provide sanitation services. We also have Todd Road Jail wastewater treatment plant, and here's the District 17. Here's the Lake Sherwood Community Service District and District 17. This particular slide shows you a listing of all the areas that we have damages in water districts, and this shows you a listing of all the areas we have disaster debris cleanups through ERD office. This particular slide is for Rusty Canyon Golf Course. Supervisor Michaels mentioned about the Happy Camp area. What you see here is a bridge that was damaged. We had a water line that crossed this golf course, and that line was damaged, and that impacted about 5 domestic customers who live outside the city limits, and also we had 12 ag customers, and the golf course impacted. We were able to replace that line, about 190 linear feet of it, within few days, and we were able to restore the water service to our customers. This is a slide of one of our booster pump stations that was damaged during the storms, and we had to replace the motor controls, and we were able to put it online in a few days. Butch Britt mentioned about Grimes Canyon Road. One of the bridge was severely damaged. We have a water line crossing upstream of the bridge and a reclaimed water line crossing downstream of the bridge. This particular slide shows where we had water line damaged upstream of the bridge, and we had 4 customers affected, and we were able to bypass and provide water service to these customers right away while we were replacing this 130 linear foot of water line. This slide shows you Moore Park Wastewater Treatment Plant. This is by south of 118, north of Arroyo Las Posas, Arroyo Simi. What you see here is an access road to some of our percolation ponds. We had a big erosion, embankment erosion in this area. What you see here is a watershed protection district stabilizer that was damaged, and they have been working on it. I believe it's going to be done pretty soon. And as far as the erosion, we estimate it's going to cost more than $1 million. At this time, we are going through the process with FEMA, and we don't see this is imminent danger to the facility. So once we get the FEMA approval, we'll go ahead and repair that slope. What you see here is one of the equalization pond within the Moore Park Wastewater Treatment Plant. We had some storm damage, and we were able to take care of those in a few days. This is a reclaimed water line that I was mentioning earlier that's attached to the bridge that's going to be replaced by Transportation Department. And this particular reclaimed line serves reclaimed water from Moore Park Wastewater Treatment Plant to Country Club Estates Golf Course. And we have already replaced 1,200 linear feet of reclaimed line which was exposed because of storm damage, and we are in the process of replacing this line, which will be completed by the end of this week. This is near the Pyro Wastewater Treatment Plant. All of us are aware that 126 was closed several times because of the mud flows and flood waters at the Hopper Creek. Pyro Wastewater Treatment Plant is located at the intersection of Hopper Creek and 126. Prior to 1998 floods, your board has approved some funding at our request, and we were able to put a flood wall around the Pyro Wastewater Treatment Plant. The treatment plant was intact even though we had so much damage surrounding the treatment plant. We had minor damage to some electrical panels and air vac worth about $8,000 at the Pyro Wastewater Plant. This is for District 19, which is a Somos area. We had a water line crossing Arroyo Las Posas, serving the Worthway area near the Sand Canyon Road. We had about 41 customers impacted because of this water line break. We were able to provide potable water and fire protection during this time. However, we had to interrupt the irrigation water. We provided the notices, and we were able to put them back online in a few days. This is a slide that shows you some of the electrical panels and underground tanks we have at the North Coast Sewer System along the beach community. We have mud flowing into the tanks, and also into these electrical panels were damaged. We're in the process of repairing and replacing those. This slide is for Island Acres. I do not have any pictures. We had some damage to the underground pump station, and also collection system was full of debris. We are in the process of cleaning that. This particular slide shows Pyro dump site, which is under the ERD responsibility. Watershed Protection District has constructed a groin as an emergency measure, and also they have restored some of the eroded bank. At this time, we are going through FEMA approval process. We are hoping to get some mitigation monies for this dump site, so we will be able to protect this from future flooding and future damage.
Excuse me, the dump site's located along the river?
Yes, it's Santa Clara River by Pyro. This slide shows some of the disaster debris removal that ERD is undertaking. We have we are taking assistance from crew. These are the slides showing Casita Springs and Foster Park. And this particular one shows the Lock and Cheetah disaster, where we were able to remove some of the debris from the public streets and public areas. And we were able to get some assistance from California Conservation Corps to assist in the debris removal. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
After the storm, how nice. Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, I'm really pleased with staff that we have here at the county and Public Works, but I'm equally pleased with your board support of our agency. When I came here over 4 years ago, we were having many of our staff being recruited away, and aging workforce. We had many retirements. We were losing tremendously qualified staff. With your board support, we have reorganized the agency and structured the agency such that we have these qualified professionals here to respond to day-to-day work as well as to these emergencies. I can't thank you or this staff enough for what you've supported us in providing the assistance to our county. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Are there any questions from the board or comments for the comments? It was an outstanding picture you've given us of what took place during the storm and the recovery that's underway and the work that's still in front of us. I think it gives us a good picture, and the taxpayers in this county, what it costs to respond to something like this, the enormous cost of it, and I hope that we'll continue to be optimistic in the recovery side of that, the funds. You say we have an aging, we see some younger ones, but thank you for doing a good job in keeping both the priority of the public and both their safety and the response, but also the importance of respecting our employees and appreciating the above the call of duty that each and every one of them did during these storm events. Other comments? Supervisor Parks?
Very much appreciated the extra hard work, and you realize it's not just the people out there on the roads and doing the work, but also the people at their desks trying to make sure that we qualify for the funding, and we really hope that that will come true, that we can get as much reimbursement as possible, because it is a heavy toll. On a more of a public safety matter, during the storms we saw a lot of people throughout the state would do things stupid, like going around barriers and getting caught in areas where they shouldn't, and forcing law enforcement to have to, rescue them. And something that Butch had said, about you don't even want to go on this with a four-wheel drive. I don't know if there's something we can do in the future in terms of doubling fines, or at least establishing fines if there aren't, when people do go around barriers that have been established, to keep people off roads because of rain. So I'd like to be able to get some information on that.
Yeah. Please, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple of comments. One, also to recognize the breadth of what it is the government engages in, which includes not only what we've just heard here today in the Public Works Department, but the efforts that have to be coordinated with our public safety people and fire and sheriff, which we hear a lot about. The thing that I would really like to emphasize, if the newspapers are listening, that we tend to recognize what you folks do usually when there's a failure, and nothing like Mother Nature attacking us to kind of magnify that situation. If we were playing baseball and we hit 300, we would get bonuses and would be heroes. If we were pitchers and pitched a 20-game winning season, that probably still meant we lost maybe 20-25% of our games. So, as a team, both public safety and public works, we're hitting way over 900. But what normally gets recognized, or the focus goes on, how can we do it better, and could that have been prevented? We have to prepare for it, as Jeff pointed out. Then you guys have to go do it. But that's not enough. You got to document it. Otherwise, we all go broke. And while you're doing it in the middle of a storm, there's a requirement that individuals take initiative to actually make decisions without anybody there to help them make those decisions. And I think Butch made the comment he wasn't sure whether it was courage or stupidity or extraordinary skill in some cases, but thank God there are people who are willing to step up and do those things, like work all night in the Casita Springs area to be sure we didn't have a second disaster there with the drainage thing plugging up. So the people in Public Works, for those who have never worked in Public Works, one of the problems they have every day is they work around heavy equipment. And you don't work around heavy equipment without having a constant safety issue. So now we couple that with having to do it in the middle of a road like Charles Vivian and his crew have to do when a tree is down or hanging into a power line, and other people, as Supervisor Parks is mentioning, are deciding to go around barricades and not pay attention because they have to get someplace fast. So now you're doing your job not only around heavy equipment, but you're doing it in the middle of traffic frequently, and then Mother Nature is dumping a storm on your head or a hillside sliding off. So it's time we all occasionally think about how difficult and how heroic those kinds of efforts are on the part of everybody who helps out. And then, just like our friends in law enforcement who respond to domestic calls and sometimes discover that the people they've come to help are kicking them, so do Public Works people coming out trying to help, such as in the Happy Camp Canyon situation, where we were protecting the community, but people wanted to tell us how to do it and to criticize it without understanding. And so I guess to wrap this up is that, when there's an emergency, you can just count on there being an emotional reaction. And we don't have the luxury as public servants, if we're doing our job right, particularly in rescue work, is to succumb to that kind of emotional reaction. And we have to continue smiling doing the job even when we're being kicked in the shins. Most people are grateful, but those people who are desperate in the middle of a situation and don't understand frequently make that job even more difficult. So for all of you who go out and do that 24/7 and do it under the worst of circumstances, it's time, for my office to say thank you. I really appreciate it. I've been out there with you, but not actually doing the work, which I'm grateful for at my age. But I have the utmost respect for what you do, and I'm sure our community, as the consequence of this kind of presentation, has a better understanding of what is being done on their behalf. And it's probably done as well in Ventura County as any place in California. So thank you.
And they're probably glad that you're not in their way.
Madam Chair, if I just add one thing, and more than once, as I had conversations with constituents, they pointed out that they have an expanded view of what Ventura County investing in public safety means. And they realize that if channels don't get cleared and road culverts don't get opened up, that affects their public safety as much as many other things. And I thought that was an interesting observation for them to come to on their own as a result of the storm. Thank you.
No further comments? Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to put the report together. I know that took time, but it's appreciated and valuable. Thank you so much for all you do. And it's good to see the sunshine. Okay, Board, we'll go into closed session, and then we'll be back out here for our 1:30 study session. Do you need anything, Madam Clerk? Okay. I saw that finger raised up there. Okay, good. Okay, good afternoon. We'll call the board back to order, and appreciate that, or apologize for a bit of a delay here. We had a lengthier session we anticipated. So we'll get started, and this is an opportunity for the Ventura County Board of Supervisors to meet with and have a study session and have, I anticipate, some good dialogue and communications with our Workforce Investment Board, and I would welcome, if I'm reading this correctly, to kick this off, although Mr. Myers filed the request for the study session, and the board is certainly in agreement with it, that we're going to start out with the chair of the WIB board, Mr. Van Berken. Is that, or with Amy? I'm sorry. Okay. See, I'm looking at one document here. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
There we go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Supervisors, Mr. Johnston. My name is Amy Fonzo, and I'm the WIB Executive Director and from the Human Services Agency. Along with the other members of Workforce Administration, I'd like to introduce the staff, Nancy Ombries, Diana Davis, and Edna Lindstrom, who also help support the local Workforce Investment Board. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to introduce the first annual Workforce Board and County Board of Supervisors study session today. The WIB hopes this will be an ongoing process whereby your presence and guidance can continue. For example, in a future off-site meeting or forum, such as the WIB Strategic Planning Session in October or other events, to assist them in building our future workforce. At this time, I'd like to introduce your WIB members in attendance today, and if I could ask them to stand as their name is called. Barry Tronstadt from Ventura Adult Education, Bernardo Perez from the Commission on Human Concerns, Bill Hicks from Barbara Ford, Celeste Weingart, the Coalition to End Family Violence, Darlene Frank, Ventura County Star, Lynn Jacobs, Ventura Affordable Homes, Marcus Vargas from CAUSE, Marv King, MK Business Solutions, Ralph De Leon from Samco in Santa Paula, Steve Kinney from EDCO, Zaid Shah, United Shaw International, Zoe Taylor, Ventura Chamber of Commerce, Ted Myers, Human Services Agency, and of course our chair, Tom Van Berkem. Our first presenter is Chair of the Workforce Board, Mr. Van Berkem. He was appointed to the WIB back in May of 2000. He's currently a principal with Strategic Change Resource Management, having recently retired from WellPoint Health Networks, where he worked as Senior Vice President of Human Resources from December 1997 to February 2005. Reporting to the CEO, he was responsible for all human resources functions nationwide. This included employee relations, recruiting, compensation, organizational development, and training, HR research, and strategic planning. I'd like to introduce the Chair of the Workforce Board since July 1, 2003, J. Thomas Van Berkem, and thank you for your attention and engagement today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's good to be here, and I appreciate the time to talk with you today. Given the time, we'll try to be efficient and encourage as much two-way communication as we can. The purpose of today, I think, is fairly self-explanatory, and really probably Amy hit it already. It's an opportunity for us to hopefully dialogue both ways and to begin discussion really not only on what we're up to right now, but in preparation for 2006 planning, which scarily isn't all that far off, and to also tactically fulfill one of the agreements we reached in our newly negotiated MOU of improved dialogue and continuing to meet. What we're going to cover in the next few minutes is a couple things. We'll hit over some of them fairly quickly. I want to give a very quick refresher on who we are. I think you know what the board is. Lynn's going to talk about our membership policy, which several of you expressed interest in. I'll be back to talk about some of the, I think, pressing issues we have around what's happening at the legislative front And then Marv King will talk about really the future, what's happening to the WIB, and some financial situations we're up against, and some ideas on how to get some more money, which we probably are all interested in. Ever so quickly on who we are, I think probably the important message, and Lynn will go into some details on the membership, but we are by law a majority, 51%, private sector. Everyone's volunteered. As I think I said in my last meeting, we double everybody's salary every year, but doesn't seem to add up to too much. And in a nutshell, our job is to oversee the workforce development system for the county. We oversee many millions of dollars in state money from the feds that flows through to the state to the county. And if you would, I guess, we're involved in the design, the development, and the delivery of training for those individuals who are in need of a job, in need of new job skills, or having to change jobs, and also particular emphasis on youth and developing youth for the workforce. If you would, and you have some detailed background information in your deck, I guess at the end of the day, what we're responsible for is the quality of training and quality of job development opportunities for the citizens of Ventura County, and as such have also fallen into the role, if you would, of convener. We have identified certainly needs that say, well, it doesn't matter how well we train people if there are no jobs to train them for. One of our goals is to increase the compensation levels of the people of our residents in the county. So doing so, we are starting to bring together different, sometimes disparate groups from the political arena, from the education arena, from a number of private sector locations, as well as interest groups from throughout the county. And that convening is I think, an important role in helping us move our charter forward. In the other sections of the deck that you've received, we've got some questions that we threw out that we'd like to dialogue on. But certainly, if anything comes up as we're talking, please throw it out, and we'd like to discuss it with you. I'd like to move into membership to start off with. And Lynn Jacobs, who I think you all know, has had a long experience with our board. She's been on the City Planning Commission. She's president of Affordable Housing. And most importantly, Lynn is my successor. My term as chair ends at the end of June of this year, my 2-year term. Lynn has been the vice chair, the chair-elect, and she will be aptly taking over the helm in a few months. So let me turn it over to Lynn to talk about membership, and then we'll be back.
Just have to hit this.
That or the enter button.
Thank you for this. This is a wonderful opportunity for us. Thank you, Chair and board members. And I especially want to thank my colleagues who took part of the day off to be here and support the rest of our board members. So thank you for being here. We have worked very hard to get a diverse membership representing various industry sectors in the county and various geographic areas. As you know from not only the memo that you have today, but from the past, we have excuse me, particular mandated positions on our board that are defined by law, and they are mostly service providers who work with us to create new training programs. In addition to that, we have our 51% private sector membership. And while we haven't been 100% successful in having a complete board all the time, I think we're working toward getting some processes that will be more timely and give us a better group of people to submit to you to choose members. So what we're proposing in our membership policy that was part of the written packet today is, first of all, for the private sector members, that we will twice a year convene a meeting of all the organizations that are allowed to nominate under the law. So that will be the chambers of commerce, economic development associations, and trade associations, to both explain to them what the WIB does and what kind of members we're looking for, and the responsibilities of membership. So we will do that twice a year, but we will do that this fall so that we'll have a nice group of nominees to present to the board members to choose from for the private sector slots that will be open next February 28th, because our membership goes February 28th. Every year we have a portion of the board that's up for replacement memberships. So I think that will give us some choices, and then of course if there are particular members that a board member has met and wants to have considered, then we'll work through whatever the appropriate economic organization or trade association is to get that person nominated by an organization, so that we're following all the procedures of the law. Of course, there are going to always be unexpected resignations, and we'll respond to those as quickly and as best we can. But we really want to be in the role of assisting you in choosing your nominees for the board. So I'm open to any questions about membership, and I'm happy to sit down.
Any questions, board members? Any
I don't have any
dialogue on it?
I don't have any questions. In reading this, I'm glad to hear you explain that just a little bit more as I was reading. But I think it's a great idea to have this annual list and have these meetings every 6 months to try to keep this out there. Right?
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me move into the to the second section. I think actually there was another slide in there that just covers the distribution of memberships that Lynn was referring to. But if I could take you to the next slide, which is the role of advocacy, and talk a little bit about what we're doing there and some very specific questions that we would appreciate guidance on. A very increasingly important part, as I see it, of our turf is looking for more money. Marv will go into some more specifics, and you saw in the deck, if you had a chance to look at it, that the amount of money we get from the feds is going down every year. And what we have concluded is that the responsible thing for the board to do is to take a look at, well, how much, not in terms of how much have we got and we'll just make do with what we've got, but what do we need to do what we need to do in the county? And that then calls for finding alternative sources of funding. So one of our missions that Marv will talk about is how do we obtain incremental investments into the county, if you would, and, or I call it scrounging for money. The second thing we're doing to broaden our appeal is as the slide says, is really trying to form alliances with other agencies with particular focus, I think, on economic development, because linking jobs and job training is clearly dependent upon there being jobs, and there being jobs is very dependent upon the economic prosperity of the county. So we're putting those things together. We also are filling what we think is a need, and I can speak as 1 month away in terms of leaving the county's second I think largest. WellPoint Blue Cross is the second largest employer in the county. That the type of workforce intelligence that the board puts out is very helpful to the major employers in the county in terms of the recruiting initiatives that they're undertaking and the kinds of people they anticipate needing down the road. So that is another role that is maybe tangential to training people, but very important to the employers in being able to anticipate the workforce needs. I guess the last thing that I would say is that our drive to education, if you would, well, we don't lobby. One of our goals is to identify those things that are barriers in the educational system, in the legislative arena, in regulation that comes from state and federal levels that hinder the future workforce and the development of the workforce. Which takes me to the next slide, which is around our advocacy activities and our alignment, our goal of alignment with you and the county for that. I won't walk you through the detailed sheet in your deck in terms of WIB or WIA, Workforce Investment Act reauthorization. Lynn and I and Amy were back in Washington a couple weeks ago, meeting with our senators and our congresspersons, and working to get that legislation reauthorized. I think it's looking good as the position paper calls out. We're focused on the House and Senate versions as opposed to some of the cuts that our president is asking for. But I'm reasonably optimistic. There are some things specifically that are called out in our position paper that you have a copy of. And our position really of the California Workforce Association, which is the group of all of the WIBs from within the state, is leading that lobby effort in Washington. The other area that we're working on and have cited in our materials, and I think last time I appeared before you, we talked about the legislative agenda. And there we have said, you know, it doesn't do any good to train people, as I said a moment ago, if the jobs aren't there. And one of our concerns, since our goal is to not only get employment, but to get employment at increasing levels of income, to be seeing wages rise as people attain incremental skills, we've particularly tried to call out those things that, from a business perspective, seem to be hindering job growth in the county and in the state, for that matter. There's nothing really unique to Ventura County. The barriers to business climate seem to be at the state level. And in particular, we've called out some things around the overtime laws, for example, where, you know, one great example I use is that, I think I shared this one with you before, but it costs my former company about $20,000, ignoring cost of living, it costs them about $20,000 a year more to have a high-paid computer programmer in California than any other state in the union, because programmers are non-exempt in California by California law, and they're exempt elsewhere. And so, you know, you got to ask the question, if you're a major employer that's got 4,000 to 5,000 programmers, where do you put them? So there are things like that don't take rocket science to be concerned about. We also called out some things, for example, on overtime laws. We're the only state that requires overtime after 8 hours instead of after 40. And the reason Nevada and other states are running ads in the paper saying, you know, we'd like to have your business move to our state, are because of things like that. So that is an issue we have tried to educate folks around that says, okay, if we're consciously doing this, I guess that's one thing, but be aware that the jobs are not going to be there to train for if we continue to do things that adversely impact employment in the state. And I guess maybe the last comment I'd make on that slide is that in terms of aligning legislative agenda and what we put out, as you'll recall, I talked about last time as our white paper, we want to get in sync for what I guess will be your 06 legislative agenda, which you would be developing in, you know, mid to late 05, and find a way to integrate with you in addressing what the county's position is on some of these issues. And I would conclude this section, I guess, with the questions that we threw out to you ahead of time in the written agenda document. There are kind of three areas where we'd appreciate guidance and input from you if you have it. The first one talked about consolidation. As you probably know, the budget project for the state called out the reduction of the number of workforce boards in the state. There's a belief at the Sacramento level that, you know, you don't need, how many are there, 50-something or 50-something? Maybe you don't need 50-something. What if we had 20-something? Wouldn't we be able to have less administrative expense and put more money against training? There is a lot of debate as to whether that math works or not, and we have opinions that it probably doesn't work. But there is an equal opportunity or an equal chance that consolidation will happen. And there may in some cases be financial administrative synergies by combination. For example, I think it's called Golden Sierra, but the Lake Tahoe area, that whole area, there's about 5 or 6 counties all together in one WIB. So the long-winded question is, we want to be an acquirer instead of an acquiree if we ever get to the issue of consolidation. I have had conversations with my counterparts in surrounding counties, and I think consolidation with Los Angeles County would probably be, I don't know, is there press in the room now, but probably bad news for us. We'd become an afterthought or a question mark. On the other hand, if we take a look to the north or the west or whatever, and you talk about Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, there are certainly, if mandated consolidation comes along, the likely place for us to look, because we can be the winner, I think. And even if we were to explore administrative synergies, there may be something. But as I get into these conversations, I'd be interested in your reaction, your thoughts. Vehemently opposed to consolidation, hold off at all costs, or what? But if you have any thoughts, I'd be appreciative of them.
Board members want to comment at this time? Or thoughts on it?
Well, the question I would have on consolidation is, ultimately the board in this county is the grantee. And if you consolidate, then how do the various boards from the various counties then interact, and who's in charge?
Yeah, historically, there aren't
because we're not giving up control.
Yeah, it becomes in the counties that have already consolidated, it's a shared responsibility, an allocated shared responsibility. I came from the state of Connecticut, where all of the boards were multiple counties, and it was a prorated shared financial responsibility, and the government side of the equation, as opposed to the workforce board, the locally elected official side of the equation, met to form multi-county approvals. In other words, if you're going to approve the budget, we'd have a meeting of, say, there are 5 counties, you'd have 5 representatives from the local elected officials there to act as if you would, a super regional organization. So that's the way it's worked in the past under the law. I don't. It depends if California does pass consolidated legislation. Maybe the legislation will address that. I don't know. But yeah, but I share your concern. If you're on the hook for dealing with issues and problems. Exactly. So I think that. Well, that is something we'll pay close attention to. Then that's helpful. We will make sure that concern's addressed.
Well, and it would be valuable to look at where it has been accomplished and how they structured it, and I would think that there would be value in looking at that, in the sense of, we know that in Santa Barbara we have become the bedroom community for the jobs that are in Santa Barbara. How could we bring equity to that? So would there be some value to be gained with a partnership with Santa Barbara? I don't know how far north of SLO would be interested in, and what would be the added value for all parties to do that. But the common sense one would be Santa Barbara, in my thinking, just because we already have the commute patterns and the not job exchanges, but certainly housing exchanges.
Good.
So that would be my feedback in looking at exploring it.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
I'll give you this feedback quickly. My experience is nobody wants to be swallowed up by the bigger neighbor, so we don't want Los Angeles. Santa Barbara doesn't want Ventura County. This issue's come up over and over again in terms of regionalization, so I always sort of just sit back, and we don't have that much control over where it's going to go. But if it does happen, I think I'm going to be very curious about the exact lines of authority, because I think that's already sort of an issue. And I'll probably have some comments after you finish this. I have some overall comments, and then maybe some other things that I may add with regard to
Well, and interestingly, Santa Barbara called me instead of us calling them, so I took that as a good sign.
Good.
The second thing that we outlined was around the issue of our I guess legislative work-friendly agenda. Having met with each of you individually, some of you had expressed support, some had expressed concerns about those types of what we call job killers that eliminated the need for training issues, such as the 3 that I mentioned a minute ago in terms of wage and hour, and also some of the mandated benefit issues that are causing employer heartburn in the state right now. But I would appreciate any comments. Supervisor Bennett, I know you've had some questions that you've raised, but if there's any additional input as we're beginning to thinking about our 06 platform for discussion with you, I'd certainly appreciate any input now or later on that one as well.
Well, I do have input. Actually, I've incorporated as part of my, I'm going to make a presentation after you guys make a presentation that sort of summarizes some of my thoughts about, so my response will come at that point in time.
Okay, super. Thank you.
I would imagine, though, that you're also taking into account what's happening now in the state with workers' comp and all the issues that are now, we're all facing front and center in the pensions and all, as opposed to looking at, hourly wages and things like that. There are a lot, I think, bigger issues that affect employment.
Yeah, the workers' comp, for example, again, at my last employer, it cost 2.5 times to insure a worker in California than it did in the average of the other 17 states we had major employee populations in. Some of the stuff that has been changed, the most recent round, has helped some, but it brings us down to maybe we're only double anybody else as opposed to 2.5 times anybody else.
And healthcare, is a large part of that.
Yeah. And there have been some of the changes they made in terms of the number of visits, the percentage of disability, the chiropractic care, some of the things they made changes in were very consistent with what we had advocated for, and I think that's contributing to bringing costs down for sure.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
A quick question on your second question, how can we as a community move workforce development, et cetera, as it's printed? The Workforce Investment Act is going to lay out statutorily what your role is and what our role is. And I guess my question is the WIB but evolving into another employment and economic development agency, not an agency, but is that where the focus is? We've got the job and career centers who appear to be doing some of the same stuff, and wanting to move away, if that's the intent of this, wanting to move away from the social and employment rehabilitation toward the model of economic benefit. It seems to me that's moving into the role that that is with the job and career centers who work with employers and the unemployed. Some are easy to place, retrain and replace, some are not, and then you've got the interface with the community college system, which interfaces with both. So I guess I want to flip the question on you and ask you, what do you mean by this?
Yeah. Well, it's a very good question, and we have, I think one of the earlier slides talked about the different organizations that are addressing these issues trying to be a convening role. We have, of course, we by law have the oversight responsibility on the one-stop job and career centers. So many of the activities they're involved in, we are the agency, or not, again, I use the word agency, we are the group, we are the entity, I don't know, whatever it is we are the ones who have oversight responsibility for them. The legislation, if we look at both the Senate and the House version of what are coming down in terms of reauthorization, talk about increased joint involvement between the community college system and the workforce investment system. So what's happening at the federal level is substantial movement of integration of those entities, either through our role of oversight or the role in which, for example, the House version, I think it's the House version of the reauthorization, calls for specific multi-million-dollar grants to the community college system, but requires them to consult with us on how it's going to be spent. So there is a blurring of the lines, and our goal is to avoid duplication and try to insist on synergies there. Some of it we are legally responsible to be oversight on.
Some, but it's only those under the Workforce Investment Act and not under some of the other myriad of economic development and type acts. And so I think that it's reasonably important that the lines not be blurred to the point where we've got 2 or 3 organizations doing the same thing and feeling they all have oversight over the same federal dollars. They may be federal dollars, but they're coming out of different pots. And that's the danger of some of what's happening here with the growth of the WIB and the new membership. So I just was curious as to what your question was asking.
Yeah, it's a difficult question, as I say, as we try to interpret what the federal law is requiring us to do, because that's this whole discussion with the community college system is new. If that passes, there'll be a lot more blurring of the lines between the two. I'm sorry.
I said that's only that oversight would only be on dollars coming through the Workforce Investment Act. They would not be on all dollars.
Well, actually, it's not on all dollars. It's actually talking about $300 million. I think the number is $300 million. $150 million of which will come out of is proposed to come out of the Workforce Act, with $150 million new DOL dollars. So that $300 million pot would then be jointly discussed. So it's the California share is a big chunk of the 300, and Ventura County gets a decent share of the California chunk. So it's a moving target is the challenge.
That's what happens with federal dollars and state dollars.
Yeah.
Well, and you are in a unique position with those federal dollars, looking at a legislative platform that you can support or advocate for more funds to go to the community colleges, because they are sorely underfunded, and be it through grant dollars to get out to the workforce, to the training, that is certainly within your mission.
In fact, when Lynn and I were in Washington, one of the messages we conveyed was that we're very supportive of another $300 million to the community college system, but how about making it new money instead of taking half of it away from us and calling the whole 300 new, which is sleight of hand, I guess, in the old shell game.
You know that.
Let me, in the spirit of time, then, let me switch to Marv's section. Marv King, who I think you also know, has been very involved in the WIB for the last 5 years, is the chair of our evaluation committee, is directly and very heavily involved in where we spend our money and how we spend it and what the results of it are. And he's going to talk both about some of the future funding issues we've got and a little bit of a peek under the tent about the WIB after next. So let me introduce Marv.
Madam Chair, Board, it's good to see you again. I'm glad to be here and presenting this information that hopefully you're intimately familiar with, and hopefully I can point out some new things that you perhaps are not familiar with. As Tom mentioned, there's always been a challenge for the last several years on the Workforce Investment Board with funding, and the funding picture dramatically shows what has happened over the past since 2000. In particular, the state of California has lost over $77 million from core WIA funding since 2000. How that's affected Ventura County is we've lost about $4.6 million over the same amount of time, which is about 45% of our funding. When I joined the WIB several years back, we had in excess of $10 million to $12 million to work our magic. Now that's really gone down. At the same time, the one-stop job and career centers has increased their needs during the same period by 38%. The average annual outside revenue, and that's that last sort of light bluish bar, has been a bar that's sort of gone up and down, but it's increased significantly over the last 4.5 years. In fact, to the tune of $1.6 million. And I'll explain why that's important. And we've got funding potential for more money, but it's all going to come from applications that we currently have outstanding. And right now we probably approve about 5 applications per year. Some of the most recent information that we received from the state and federal side is that the federal budget for this area will probably go down about $7 million. The state will go down about $7 million. So in anticipation of that, we think our funding and the WIA will stay about flat. This is a slide to represent how the impact, it's easy to talk about the dollar impact, but this is the impact on our participants. As you can well see, the participants in the different programs, adult, dislocated worker, youth, have dramatically gone down since 2001 because of the budget hits that we've had. Things have pretty much leveled off in the last year and a half. We hope that it stays at that level. But the issue that you're going to see is that our opportunity area clearly is going to be in the other arena. As we're able to pull in funds from these other areas, and the other areas that you're probably aware of is we've got significant grants, most recently in the National Emergency Grants for the fire work that we've been doing, as well as some other grants along the lines of the nursing initiative, things like that. So these other areas that we specifically called out have been significant, and we'll still continue to drive those. Part of the budgeting program in the future we see is going to look at grassroots programs that are specific to your areas. That those are the things that I think the feds will be looking at to fund. Here are linkages. Here the linkage, though, in discussion we need to think about is how to develop this into a demand-side equation. How do we identify what the employers want? How do we well match those up? And I think that's part of what Tom was alluding to. It's been a different model than in the past because we've got an area that requires people to have somewhat high wages to be successful in this area. So employing people at the bottom level is not exactly our focus. So what we're trying to understand is the best dynamic and the best way to address this demand for high-wage jobs in our area and to have employees move up in the system. That may be a critical area of funding as opposed to people that are coming in at entry level. Funding opportunities. We've talked about this several times, but there's a diversity of funding sources that we deal with. The funding sources right now primarily come from the feds, but invariably it goes to the adult dislocated worker and the youth arenas. One of the things that we've been talking about is forming a nonprofit organization. We've seen how across the country forming a nonprofit has opened up many other avenues for funding for WIBs. In particular, we've talked with the One Stop and we've talked to local consultants about a fee-for-service opportunity that may exist in the One Stops, producing some products that we can provide, offer fees for the business community as well as other communities. And of course, there's the grant area. We continue to pursue grants.
Before you go to the grants,
yes, sir.
This fee for service, I've been wrestling with this since you provided us this. So I just heard you say fee for service that the businesses would pay. Who would be paying the fees?
Some of the fee for service activities, and Tom Nykirk could probably speak to this more directly. We've talked about it and looked at what we see other areas doing, producing brochures, producing demand items that businesses have asked for in the area of market studies, specific studies to a business or industry that they've requested, which are currently being asked for now to further identify what the needs and demands are and what the gaps are. So some of the gap studies.
So you'd charge businesses to do a survey about the needs and gaps? Is that what you?
That's one opportunity. Right now we provide documents and brochures for educating the workers. We can also go and do something specific to an industry that they would like to pay for that they're doing right now.
So would we charge the workers for those documents?
No, the businesses.
Okay, you're thinking primarily these are fees that are going to be paid for by businesses.
Right. This is not employer
fees. Okay,
employers.
great.
Yeah. This is not something that the people that come in the One Stops pay. And alternative grants. Our WIB can become actually the seed catalyst for innovation. Some thoughts on that area are that funding business enhancement opportunities in partnership with economic development is clearly an opportunity. Organizing funds to support community-wide initiatives. We've been a partner in many areas with First 5 other groups that we think are important. And of course, supporting studies. I mentioned demonstration grants. That's an area where if we can identify what are key linkages that we need in Ventura County, those are areas that we need to really focus on to get specific funding for. Right now the funding is fairly, like I said, grouped into the adult, dislocated worker, and youth areas. There's probably a lot of discussion right now on the fact that funding area will become a joint funding area where it's shared across all those areas. Right now we're sort of limited where adult money goes against adults, dislocated workers against the dislocated workers, but there's legislation discussion about making that a combined area so we have more flexibility in use of those funds. And of course, lastly, supporting other groups that are working on board issues. This could be anything from our partners like the chambers, like our one-stop partners, some more specific things. And many of you attended a conference 2 weeks ago, Regional Alliance Conference. Well, similar efforts like that, pulling these groups together, are that convening role that Tom Van Berkham's discussed.
Can I ask you a question before you go on again?
Yes, sir.
Sorry
No problem.
They suggested I interrupt when I have these here, but in terms of the grant funding, are you seeing are there grants out there that up to this point in time, my understanding is primarily it's been, we identify a grant and the county actually applies for the grant. Are you seeing grants out there that the county cannot apply for on behalf of the WIB?
I think the grants that we see that the county cannot apply for are mostly to private organizations, businesses. Businesses are not looking to give grants to government agencies and organizations. We're looking at some of the foundations. I know when I came out of Procter & Gamble, I worked on that a lot. Applying for foundation money was not available to a government entity.
Would we be able to have that money go directly to the program? In other words, if we were going to have somebody do a training program, so we would go to Procter & Gamble and say, we know you don't want to give a grant to the County of Ventura on behalf of the WIB, but would you give this grant directly to this particular organization that's doing the training? Is that a possibility?
No, absolutely. Earmarking that grant is probably what most organizations are looking for. What is it going to be used for specifically?
Great, thanks.
But great questions. The pie chart, like I said, I think I mentioned earlier, is that the majority of funding, the WIA funding, comes in a pot that comes through the state and federal side. The local funding piece, the fee-for-service area, that mostly will affect the one-stops with other activities. New funding, those alternative grants are what we need to look at. And state funding. As we do our measures every year, and at the end of that time, the state gives us incentives to do better by providing other funding. Now, that's been a very low dollar item, but we can really manipulate that or manage that by getting better at our measures every year. In particular, we want to see this pie more robust. Right now, it's sort of skewed to the left-hand side. As we think about the future, one of the things that we want to do is measure our impact. And I try to pick this slide to show that we've got a qualitative and quantitative side. In particular, the quantitative side, as a program, we are measured very well by the federal, state, and local levels. We have a number of measures to meet every year. Now, on the qualitative side, it's always difficult to try to understand what our impact is to the community. So we've done several things to try to identify what that is. In particular, our community impact, as you well know, in the HSA area and in our area, we're doing the roadmaps, we're doing the scorecards, we're doing those type things to identify customer service, how well we're relating to our community and other customers. In particular, we launched a ROI, Return on Investment project, about a year and a half ago, which we've just gotten our first iteration of data, one iteration of data out from the consultant group to show that how well we're getting a return on our dollar. So these type of things we think are important to publicize. And particularly employer benefit. We want to make sure that this connection to the employer is there. I mean, the group that we sit on is primarily public or private employers. We want to understand and identify what this employer benefit is, and we've launched at least 2 surveys to try to identify what their need is and how well they receive what we're doing for them. The WIB apps are next. Tom talked a lot about regionalization or regionalism. I won't speak more about that. Economic development partnership, we've touched on that area. Of course, that's one area that we have really seen as an area of opportunity, because as businesses come in, we have got to be able to predict what the flow is going to be for the workers. There are not that many good tools to predict. If someone had to ask today, what are the jobs in the future for Ventura County, there are not that many tools out there that they can look at. We want to be that kind of predictor. Reliable investors. Once again, to maintain this funding picture we're talking about, we need reliability in our funding sources. The more we can build in the other area and understand that our budget is not going to be cut significantly, we can produce a lot more work for the participants. And of course, the workforce intelligence. The reports we do right now are very helpful, whether it's the LMI or other reporting. But we need to be the focus of that workforce intelligence, pulling the school information together with the business information, with the government information. There's not a lot of people that you can talk to on the street that have a good picture of what the employment picture in Ventura County is and where the majority of employees are. The WIB in the 21st century. This is a slide that came out of a presentation that Tom attended in Washington. They were talking about some of the leadership opportunities that we would have. And you look at it over a continuum that we'd have a pathfinding, aligning, and empowering role. The pathfinding piece, of course, has developed that demand I spoke about. The workforce needs are connected to the workforce pool by revolving gap analysis. And we've called out some of that information most recently to say there's a gap in the AA degree area, and there's a gap in the 4-year college degree area. We need to link that with the sources of that information, sort of like the LMI and the state and other bellwethers. The aligning role. In the past role, we were dealing with no skill, low skill, and approaching medium skill type work. I mentioned in the future, we need to be focused on medium skill, high skill, and professional work. That's what's going to sustain this county. And of course, empowering. The empowering role that we would have is in the value add, where the WIB becomes this focal point of what we call the competitive human capital facilitator. Tom explained it a little bit different. I put it in a lot of glossy words. But the idea is to be that convener of these resources that are out there trying to make a difference in the workforce area. And of course, we need to organize community resources. There's not really that many focal points as people would ask when you say, who do I go to for workforce issues? Well, the one-stop system is a critical piece. It's across the entire county. Access is good. Let's use those type vehicles to be that one-stop source. So that's my spiel, and I'm sticking to it. Questions? I have some questions in the brochure. I think Ms. Michaels touched on one of them already. Other questions?
Are there other questions at this time? No.
Okay, Tom.
I think
Thank you.
The last slide, and just a 30-second conclusion, is that what Marv tried to outline and what we've tried to outline is that we do face some very significant problems with declining revenues. And what we want to, one, assure you of and continue to seek your guidance on is that you have a WIB, a board here, that is trying to solve those problems with some new thinking. And one of the things that I found in this meeting in Washington, the state of Utah, which is a statewide WIB, we talk about the difficulty of deciding who's in control of the money. It's all the counties in Utah are in one. I'm sorry, I don't mean Utah, I mean Nevada. They have increased their budget by 40% and have not only closed the gap between what the federal fallout has been and what they used to be, because their needs have gone up, if anything. They have not only closed that gap of lost federal funds, but they've actually gone over that top, and they actually now have a larger budget than they did 5 years ago, in spite of all the budget cuts. And they did it through many of the same kinds of things that Marv is talking about, through foundation grants, for fee services. They even hold a quarterly luncheon that they charge admission to, where they have some speaker come in and talk to the business community and charge $100 a plate for the meal. So those are the types of things we're going to try to think out of the box with to address the needs, so that the training is there and that the jobs are there. So with that, we are very appreciative of the time for today, and want to just make this the beginning of trying to have increased dialogue so that we're addressing the issues that you've identified in our appreciative. Any further comments? Supervisor Bennett, you indicated you had some, so anything else we can tell you or you have to say, we'd like to hear.
Supervisor Parks?
Do you put forward some performance markers at the beginning of the year, and how are you at meeting them? And do you get it broken down to dollars per, person trained or job received?
Yes, we do. Marv, do you want to, or Amy, do you want to give the specific measures? I don't have the exact numbers.
We've done a couple of things. The Workforce Investment Act has 17 mandated performance standards. The good news is through reauthorization, they're looking to reduce that way down. They're not exactly what you would call relevant to the real-life workforce situation of many of the local areas. But we do have to meet and or exceed them, with the reward being incentive funds. So we're very, very diligent in looking at those on a quarterly basis. The community value added benchmarks is really the scorecard, the WIB balance scorecard that we've developed and approved over the past year, and that has set some numeric goals along with the initiatives to accomplish, the mission and vision and strategic plan of the Workforce Investment Board.
And I would imagine, as you're optimally want to have to increase that, the service that you provide in terms of the number of people served and benefited. Just looking at what other areas are doing, trying to look at some kind of comparison, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
The cost per is difficult to calculate because, as you're well aware, we had 95,000 people come through the doors of the one-stops last year alone, and whether or not they just went in for a day and did, updated their resume, or were actually given a job lead and placed a week later, that's the difficulty in calculating the cost per. Where we can do that is where the participants are actually enrolled, which is kind of the last-ditch effort under this workforce model. So that's the difficulty. They're looking at bringing that back in under reauthorization under some formula.
And I appreciate the emphasis you're saying. You're looking at trying to better train the workforce so they can get higher paying jobs. but I wouldn't want that to be at the exclusion of helping those at the bottom of the workforce too that can't get a job because they need assistance with, everything from child care to transportation to all those real rudimentary things. So I would hope that we're not doing it to the exclusion of those who are most in need.
Absolutely. It's almost a circular model we're looking at, whereas the entry-level folks who are coming through the one-stops are placed into those entry-level positions, but they're in a career ladder, so to speak, and we found out through several sectorial grants that the healthcare industry is ideal for hiring entry-level folks and then moving them up a career ladder either by experience and or training and education.
Thank you.
And I would just add, from a process point of view, Marv's committee, the evaluation committee, meets monthly and really dives into detail in terms of how many people are graduating, how many people that are graduated are placed, et cetera. So,
yeah, because you need to have that information to know where you need to place your emphasis.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have, to kick off the dialogue from my perspective, I'd actually have a presentation I'd like to
Sure.
do. So,
Supervisor Bennett.
and if other supervisors have questions and stuff before that, I'm happy to.
Go right ahead.
Okay. If I could, before I turn to the slides, I just want to make a few comments. One, I really want to compliment the Workforce Investment Board. I mean, you came last time, and I think we all said, as a result of a variety of factors, we said we need to have more communication. So you're here, you're communicating, my compliments. To have so many members show up also, I really compliment. There's a lot of people that are interested in the Workforce Investment Board, what's happening and where it's going. This is an important issue. There's no question about it. I mean, in terms of the competitiveness of this country, in terms of competitiveness of this county, if we're not able to train people and improve their skills, we're going to be in real trouble competitively, certainly internationally, and we're really seeing that. I mean, the United States is really under pressure in terms of this competitiveness. On top of that, we're trying to fix a system that is broken nationally. I mean, it's a little bit like healthcare. Healthcare is broken nationally, and the whole issue of training and workforce training, unlike most other industrialized countries, we do not really handle this from the top with a good coordinated overall system. So we will constantly be frustrated. We have to know that. If we want to work in this area, you just have to say, okay, we're going to be frustrated because we're trying to piece together at the local level something that can't be pieced together properly. We just have to do the best that we can because the thing is broken from the top. And it's a little bit like what we're doing with our healthcare system here. We're constantly patching, putting some duct tape, taking it off of here and putting it over there and trying to solve the problems that way. In terms of some specifics, things that are out there, I think after I make my presentation, it might be helpful for me it'll make more sense, I think, my responses to some of those. So if we could load that up. There are 4 issues I'd just like to talk about: goals and purposes of the WIB, advocacy and legislative agenda, membership policy, and the funding issue, critical funding issue that you ended up with. The first thing is just in goals and purposes. I found it as I was watching your presentation. I went, it's interesting. I'm starting with your goals and purposes. I didn't feel like you guys were starting with goals and purposes. You moved on to that second one, which was advocacy and legislative agenda. The two are really very intricately linked in my mind, and the reason for that is, if we go to the next slide, this is what I have been able to piece together in doing my research about the WIB, getting out of the Workforce Investment Act, et cetera, certain things that I'm trying to identify what's the core mission of the WIB. Because when your resources are going down, you got to make sure that you're doing your core mission really well before you're doing other things. And so certainly one thing that came out of the Workforce Investment Act: increase the employment, retention, and earnings of the participants. Right straight, I don't think there's probably much disagreement about that. The next one, this is a big long sentence I broke into 3 slides so that you could read it. And increase occupational skill attainment by participants. As a result, improve the quality of the workforce.
I think there's broad general agreement with that. Next slide. And reduce welfare dependency. I mean, we all have to recognize it came from there, and we're getting to the 5-year part of the Welfare Reform Act, or people's eligibility, and enhance the productivity and competitiveness of the nation. Now I'm going to put all three of those things into one big sentence. Go ahead, next slide, please. If you take that sentence right there, which comes right out of the Workforce Investment Act in terms of the purpose of creating this WIB, you've got a big job in front of you. We have a big job in front of us. We don't have enough resources in both money and time and energy to do this anywhere near as well as we should. It's a huge job to be able to do that thing. And I'm going to ask my staff person to pass out later, all right? My teacher and me won't let a piece of paper go out, but Cindy has it. These are actually from the Workforce Investment Board. This is March of 2005. So this is your document, and this is sort of your list. It's an overview of the Workforce Investment Board, and it has the WIB responsibilities on it and specific actions. So I'd like you to, when I finish with all of this, if you kind of want to look and see what you're putting out. Now, that's the core mission, difficult to do, and not enough resources to be able to get it done. Next slide. So now I go to the next issue, which was advocacy. You put down an advocacy and legislative agenda. And I would just offer, just to kick this off in terms of direct dialogue, and I really appreciate the ability to communicate directly with so many board members here and stuff. There are other organizations whose sole purpose is to advocate for businesses. You got the Chamber of Commerce, you got the CETA, and those are organizations that I think are specifically designed to say, what is business's position on this particular issue, right, out there. And I heard you emphasize we want to make sure we avoid duplication. I feel like for the WIB to be going out and advocating for a change in the minimum wage law is a duplication of effort, given that there are other organizations that are out there to do that. I would also offer that it distracts you from your core mission, because of the there's so much to do there, and this can start to get controversial. Let me offer to you why it can get controversial. Next slide, please. This comes out of the President's language. Next slide, please, up there. This comes out of the President's language, and I recognize the President's language, the President's proposal is not the one that's working its way through Congress. However, I think this aspect of the President's proposal is certainly going to be heard well at the congressional level, even though they're not going to do his funding. And the President stated he sees the problems as with the money not going to direct provision of training, with loopholes that allow funds to be spent on overhead and non-training services such as management studies, planning expenses, and travel. Now, I would offer, as you move into advocacy and legislative agenda, you risk moving into expending money this way when we don't even have enough money right now for the direct training purposes up there. So next slide, please. We have you ask, one of your questions that you ask here, I try to get prepared, you asked this specific question of us. You said, does the board advocate, have any concerns, advocate eliminating or reducing wage and hour legislation in California, right? And that's in your second question on page 2 of your question. So does the County Board of Supervisors have any concerns with the WIB agenda to advocate to eliminate wage and hour legislation, right? Now, it's been worded, it's been portrayed in a number of different ways, but certainly in your white paper, it specifically refers to the minimum wage. And so my next slide is a clear answer, no. For myself, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, I do not support the WIB going out and advocating a change in the minimum wage. That's in direct conflict, I think, with where this board's legislative agenda is. If you take the national minimum wage and try to apply it here in California, it would not put a family above the poverty line, even if both parents work full time. All right? So I think it's just, so next slide, please.
then this is the way it's worded on page 5 of 17. You have a legislative comparison. You've got a legislative comparison, Board of Supervisors versus Workforce Investment Board. On page 5 of 17, this is how you word that language, and this is one of the dangers with legislative platforms. The WIB supports legislation that addresses the restrictions on workplace flexibility relating to hours of work and overtime pay requirements. Now, I would venture that 100 people could read that 100 different ways, right? In terms of, does that mean the WIB wants to get rid of the California minimum wage and go back to the federal minimum wage, as it has been portrayed by some comments, at least made by WIB? Does that mean you want to address the restrictions because they're too low and you actually want to raise the minimum wage? It's certainly not clear, but it is certainly, at a minimum, controversial. Next slide, please. I would offer that you may say, hey, this is not that big of a deal, and if it's not, why even go there? Next slide, please. Overall, the more the WIB moves into this legislative and advocacy effort, I think you move into a controversial effort. And when you move into controversy, you're going to dilute the collaborative effort that we need, because the WIB is not the Chamber of Commerce. Even though it has 51% of the members as business, it also has to have representatives of labor, representatives of nonprofit organizations, has to have all these other groups out there in terms of doing that. So you ask the question, does the board support? You asked us to be ready to answer that question. Does the board support it? I clearly say no, and the reason I say no is not trying to argue the merits of the minimum wage, but trying to say it's way too controversial for a WIB that's got such an important core function and is a collaborative body made up of representatives of labor, made up of representatives of other organizations that are out there at this point in time. So next slide, please, right? Collaboration to create programs, to get back to the core mission, that build self-sufficiency, that build highly skilled workers for employers, is going to take a remarkable group of people working well together, and it's going to take our support, and we can't beat you up for disagreeing with us, and I don't want to suggest that this is a negative. This is a open dialogue so that we can reach that kind of consensus in terms of moving forward. But we're all going to have to work pretty hard to get that collaboration if we really want to have self-sufficient workers, get people off of welfare, have them move up, and have them become highly skilled workers that can really help employers solve the problems that employers have out there. I think that's really essential. So those relate to the first two issues that I wanted to talk about, which was what I think the WIB's core mission is, and what I think, at least, of the advocacy and legislative platform. And interestingly, because this is the way we have this, we can't actually, I think, take board positions. We can give board comments individually, but we can't take a vote and say, how many of you think what I think about this particular thing? But we can make those individual comments. So let me go on to the other issue, which I appreciate the comments about membership that is out there. And I realized I should have said, and I have some other comments about membership coming. So next slide, please. The whole issue of membership, you have in here some of your comments about membership, et cetera. How it happens is less important to me than what the result is. I think I have a few points about membership. I think we want to have, if we're going to have 51% of the members of the WIB representing business community, we want them to actually be people who hire Ventura County residents, so that they're people that are interacting with those. We want people that are, as much as we can, major employers that are involved in that hiring, know those people, et cetera. Next slide. We want business representatives who really will speak for business needs related to employee training. Business people that are really connected, that can talk about those needs of the employees, et cetera. And then the next one that's related to that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. Great. Representatives who can understand what skills will be needed. Now, those all came out of the Workforce Act in various places as I refer to that. So when you asked in your question, you put, and I assume all the board members have gotten this series of questions that you asked the board for us. You said, what strategies can your board utilize to assist the WIB in recruiting individuals from the demand or emerging industries? I do have a suggestion, and that is that our county interacts with a lot of those industries. And our county might be able to, I mean, I would think that certainly our healthcare agency ought to be able to help the WIB in terms of the medical issues that are out there. I think our building and inspection services, our planning department ought to be able to help with the construction trades and contacts in the construction trades, et cetera. There are probably going to be much other better sources, but that would be one place. The other thing is, I think every supervisor up here could help you if you need us to call 4 or 5 businesses that are in our districts and say, hey, the WIB is having their meeting, their annual meeting. Their 6-month meeting, and man, can you send somebody from, whatever it is, Amgem, can you get them to be there? If whoever you're having trouble getting, we may be able to just help as a call coming from the supervisor. So I wanted to offer those as suggestions. But the other things that I would want to offer is we haven't actually officially adopted from the board sort of what are the policies in terms of membership. And I would like us to think about what kind of policies would ensure that we get business representatives to do the 3 things that were just up there on those slides and be able to do those things. One of the things that I'd like to just throw out is, could we appoint, and we have to talk to county council a little bit, if we wrote it properly, we could actually appoint people from certain key industries or businesses, and they could actually be that business representative. So it's the business that gets representative. If that employee leaves, transfers, goes someplace else, we still have another person come from that particular corporation or whatever because we say they're so critical. Now, that's too far for us to go down the road in the discussion today, but I wanted to...
Have that.
What's that? Sure, it's a dialogue. Right.
I would have trouble agreeing with you more.
Oh, wow.
That is, however, what we do with key industries is if the employee leaves, we go back to that industry sector, to the company to ask for another person. And we've done a good job. We're working on great is our next level that we're going to. But we have taken the data that we've developed and indicating where the job future is and what the key industries are, and we do have representation from almost all those industries. We have a little trouble in the biotech area, and Supervisor Parks has been working with us for the last, since you started, I believe, right? For the last year to get people to serve, and we have the concern that many key employees have about filling out a Form 700 and having their financial information on file. It's a real problem in getting the key people. But we've got healthcare, we've got construction, we've got a lot of we've got finance, we've got all the key industries and the big manufacturing companies. And when those key industries, since they're not indentured servants, if they leave their job, we go back, for example, to Countrywide, who's been a player on our board since the beginning, and say, who else could serve this position? Same with Procter & Gamble. So that's exactly what we try to do. It doesn't work 100% of the time, but that's really a key, vital approach, and we're sorry it doesn't always show up, but that we do try to do that.
Great, good.
I just didn't know how to put it in a memo.
Sure, right. And to the extent, I just want us to make sure we look at all the options, like maybe we actually tie it to that particular corporation so that there's some sense of it's really tied to them, or they know they have some ownership for the next 2 years of really getting this right or whatever.
That's a good idea. The difficulty is we are being inundated with change. So Countrywide is a perfect example. They're going to leave the county. So to have a Countrywide seat is great now, but it won't be great in 2008. But we do want to keep the financial services, just like we want to keep manufacturing. But I think tying it to a company, I wish we could guarantee that these companies would stay forever, but I don't think we're quite in that position.
Well, certainly you'd put in provisions that if they left and that kind of stuff, but I'm not even saying I think that's a good idea, but I'd like us to explore that to try to increase more of a sense of ownership with these industries and these particular companies. But thank you.
No, I agree with that.
Glad you're there. And I only have two slides left here. And so next slide, please. And then the Workforce and Investment Act, just to summarize, is to increase employment and retention and earnings of the participants, to reduce welfare dependency, and to provide universal access to core services and one-stops. And looking at this blue sheet, I think you find all those references. That's a huge job. I think we have the best chance of getting collaboration between the board and the Workforce Investment Board and the broad community out there. If we really focus on that, because that's a win-win, almost nobody can find those things controversial or be in opposition of. The more you move into the controversial, the more problems we have. And so the final slide, right, and that is accomplishing this core mission will result in economic benefits for the entire community. That's what makes it a win-win. That's what I'd suggest that we draw our attention to. And with that, you asked some other questions, and I just don't want you, after you spent so much time getting ready, not at least give you some feedback. You asked about 501c3, you asked about regionalization, and in my mind, I would like to see us get clear about this and really get this collaboration going really strong, and then think about moving into those other things. I think funding is a really critical issue, but in terms of adopting the either of those other two strategies, I would go slow on those until we really build this this sense of collaboration, get ourselves really clear about how we can attack this core mission. That'd be my own thoughts on that. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate you guys being here.
If I could just throw out a couple, just a very quick reaction. I do want to clear one item on the white paper. I agree that document with the multiple columns when I was looking at it again last night on the plane, or yesterday on the plane, I saw the same point you made in terms of how that was worded. I would reassure you, though, if you go back to the actual document, what the actual document addresses is, and to quote, on issues of exemption versus non-exemption, comma, paid and unpaid leave, comma, and payment on hours of work. Goes on to say to address the rollback to the federal levels. There has been certainly misunderstanding about minimum wage, but I can assure the board, as the one who has been in Washington and in Sacramento educating on this issue, the minimum wage was not addressed in the actual document, nor in any of the multiple meetings that I have. I agree with you completely that I wouldn't want to have to live on the California minimum wage, not to mention the federal minimum wage. So I can assure you that that's not part of our active education program. The other comment I would make is that I agree with you, Supervisor, about the need for focus on training and sort of back to the basics and the core. It's for that reason that the entire staff of the organization, with modest exception, is clearly focused on those core initiatives. It is the volunteers, such as myself, who have done the educating in Sacramento and in fact even traveled to Washington and traveled to Sacramento on our company's dime instead of, or our own dime as opposed to workforce investment monies in my case. And so I don't think our efforts in that front have diluted our focus, because the paid staff and the programs are focused on the core mission. But I would conclude with two other quick comments. One is that at the national meetings, the focus around improving productivity and jobs for the nation is beginning to increasingly address the need for competitiveness and productivity at a national level versus offshore. And so there is increasing work from WIBs across the country that where there are things that adversely impact productivity or the cost structure of American employment that don't have to be there, then those have sort of fallen into the auspices of WIB interaction. And then the closing comment would be, while I believe, are keeping our eye on the basics, and I agree with you 100%, the Act does have a fourth section that talks about the role of the WIB to educate the various entities and diverse contingencies, not contingencies. Anyway, there's a word, I'm blanking on the word, but diverse groups of people, constituencies, thank you, that's the word, around the needs and the barriers to full employment and to education. So it's that fourth part of the Act that we have, through the use of our volunteers, added additional effort to. But I cannot agree with, as Lynn said, I can't agree with you more that we've got to get the basics met, and that's where we focus our efforts.
Two things. To the extent that you think it hasn't, diluted the efforts, it has certainly at least distracted or diluted the efforts in terms of just the interaction with this board in terms of the amount of comments, having that in there. And certainly when I picked up that white paper after you came that last time and I read that that thing, which was to take them back to the federal level, it was identified right in there. I think it was.
But I still have my $50 offer for anybody that can find minimum wage in the document. So.
Well, I'll take you up on taking it back to the federal level, and I don't have it right here in front of me, but I may be taking you up on that in terms of that.
The offer's out there.
The other thing I just wanted to suggest, since we have so many board members here, is if there are other board members, we all get to talk. Those guys, you guys gave up your afternoons. I'd be welcome to hear from any board members that also want to talk too, from my own perspective. What's that?
Other board member comments on the dais at this point, and Steve's invitation to any other board members who've sat and listened from the WIB. Any comments or additions to add? Sure, come on up.
I'm Barry Tronsett. I'm Director of Technology Development Center and Ventura Adult Continuing Education. I represent the adult schools in the county, which is a very important element. And in fact, kind of repeating myself what I said when I went to Oakland the other day and was basically representing the adult schools in Ventura County to the Workforce Adjustment Board for the study session for higher jobs and better employment opportunities. And one of the things you have to understand is that there's basically four elements in terms of education. There's the entry-level jobs that the high school students come out of and so forth. Then there's, up on the other end, there's the universities and the community college that are doing more management jobs. In the middle, there's the adult schools that are doing the jobs that are the technicians and the flow jobs and the jobs that are going to be out there for the day-to-day person. And what Mr. Bennett said was very, very important, and I don't want to kind of underscore what he was saying, is that you have a lot of welfare recipients, you have a lot of displaced workers that not only need training, but they also need to get back to work. And some of the best times that you can train is between the time when they either are displaced or they're looking for work and so forth, and obviously when they actually get the job. And inside there, you have a great opportunity for doing more sophisticated training so that there's stability in their lives. When you increase the kinds of things that we're talking about right now is to get our CalWORK kind of recipients, get them into learning basic skills and so forth, get them into basic training and so forth. But our biggest problem right now, the Workforce Investment Board, is what Marv was talking about is the decrease in funds is almost chopped in half in the last 2 or 3 years. 3 years ago, we had a fabulous program for getting welfare recipients back to work, getting them trained, getting them the life skills, doing the whole 9 yards. And now it's almost chopped to nothing. So when you're looking at this, and the big, I think, that we really need to do is do a full court press, not just for this county, because when I'm listening to all the different counties throughout the state, there's a tremendous amount of competition for every single penny. So in our county, one thing we have to look at is everything that we can do to support getting these funds in here and trying to focus on just what we're trying to do is focus on getting these people back to work, getting stability in our county, so we end up being kind of an elitist county where we only have high-end jobs. There's service jobs and there's the middle-income jobs that are really the bread and butter of the county. And that's, for the adult schools, what we're trying to do is make certain that we have sophisticated people, well-trained people, digital-oriented people that understand what the infrastructure is and support that. And I think this is what the Workforce Development Board, all of us are trying to do, is put all these pieces together and do this wide spectrum of training, but with a very small amount of dollars. And so it's, like you were saying, we're really trying to get things to go just as far as they can. So I think all the board members are trying to do that right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Other comments from the board members?
Just one quick comment. One of the things that concerns me when we start talking about going after funds, and we know there's never enough money, but unfortunately, or let me put this in a positive way, should that be the direction that hopefully collectively we agree on, since we are ultimately the responsible parties, I would hope that it wouldn't get to the point that the administrative cost and the effort to do the fee-for-service, et cetera, and all of the grant writing and whatever, does not lead to a lack of focus on the core mission. And I'm sure that that's kind of where Supervisor Bennett was headed. I'm just saying it in a different way. I have seen it happen to organization after organization after organization, and pretty soon they are spread so thin trying to make money for their core mission that they're no longer doing the core mission. And so that's a caution. The other thing is maintaining the vision of the core mission, which is almost impossible to do with a workforce, with a board, any board, as diverse as and as intelligent and as hardworking as this board is, because they're energetic, innovative, etc. And pretty soon, everybody's got wonderful ideas, and we're out chasing 50 wild horses, all going in a different direction. And you look back, and you know what? The barn's on fire. And so I really hope that as we move forward, we clearly understand the need to find additional funding. But it's got to be done in such a manner that we don't become, or we don't lose sight of the core mission. And I believe that that's partially what has happened at the community college system. They forgot who they were and what their role in life was. And, you know, in my mind, they've got two roles. They've got one which is to develop the students for the initial education to go on to the four-year university, and more importantly is to develop the workforce and the technical skills, the old trade school, if you would, which we no longer have, and I believe we should. But to me, that's the mission of the community college district, is reentry training, et cetera. They've lost, in my mind, they've lost focus on that. And so that's only one, person's opinion, and may not be shared by the community college district, I don't know. But I don't want to see that happen in this situation, and my fear up until today's meeting was that was precisely what was happening, is that there's too much diversification. And so that's not meant to be negative, and it certainly is not meant to be, or at least I hope you don't take it as a criticism. It's an observation. And my hope is that either I'm wrong, or that, once the butterflies all leave, then they kind of congregate and get back together and say, well, let's go this way. And I hope that's what will happen.
Okay, I'd like to thank you also for coming in, so many of you, and I know it is to take time off and to attend a board meeting and to, I hope, have a good exchange here. I know that you give much time in the other job assignments that you have with the Workforce Investment Board, and to know that they are appreciated. I've seen in the time I've sat on the board, the Workforce Investment Board evolve, and I truly feel that you're a stronger, cohesive, organized board in the sense of understanding what the mission is, and encourage you, as other board members have said, is to stick to the core mission. It feels real good because I do believe you are a stronger board than we've had in the past, and I do believe that the leadership is there and the understanding and the opportunity. But that often gives you an either expectation or an energy level to say let's branch out, or let's take on some other challenges. And many organizations and businesses have closed for losing sight of their core mission. The comment made about the competitiveness and the global challenges that we as a nation face, I know are very true, and we all do. We see the numbers, we see what's going on. I was just in Michigan. I'm going to have to go back to Michigan again. I did that this morning. On the front page of the paper, Michigan has the highest unemployment of any state in the nation, and this is an industrial state with a strong automobile still industry and manufacturing industry, and they are closing plants, and GM stocks are almost at junk bond level. That's startling. So what does it take? What do we need to do as the business community and as workers to help to change that? And it has to be sticking to the core mission of education and training and education and training and education and training. I was in Michigan. I have a 55-year-old sister who's a reentry. She has very limited skills. She's raised children, all of the good things that come with a stay-at-home mom. She's having a real tough time now in that reentry. We go to the Job and Career Center, and I have lots of stuff for you, Ted. I brought back from my experience at their Job and Career Center. Everything's automated. She's intimidated by computers, and the programs that are offered for the on-site training in that center have been cut by the state because of the state's budget crisis, and the ones that were cut, computer training. I mean, just ridiculous decisions made from losing sight of the core mission of workforce and education and training, and doing it with the business partners. And I really want to thank our business partners for being here and being at the table and committed to the goals of the Workforce Investment Act. And when you look at the representation that we have, and as Lynn and I have had many conversations about always continuing to recruit and always having your eye on having the right diversity on the board in the sense of the business mix, the community mix, the education, the chambers. But when I look at this and I look at the legislative advocacy piece and where we had a little rough feathers here, and I encourage you to, we keep this dialogue going and we look at opportunities for platforms to be common platforms in the sense of making sure that there isn't directions taken that cause divisiveness. I think that you have, as has been noted, the Chamber and EDCO and BESIDA and the cities and even the business community. Barbara Ford, I'm certain the Automobile Association have their own legislative advocacy lobbyists and platforms. Rather than duplicate or invent for the WIB's role, look at where goals that you have for the work to be done should first come through this body and the legislative platform that we work on and promote annually, and then look at your other partners at the table, and the same could be said with them. This board worked hard. I would not support defaulting or going into even the dialogue of minimum wage, state versus federal issues related to the workers. This board took a position on living wage, and it was living wage just for county contracts, but it was a message that said, we know that people in this county are having a tough time, especially at entry level, even reentry level, tough time making it. We cannot default to that being a core problem with our competitiveness in a global economy. I think we have a lot of other areas that we can target as to our competitive position in a global economy. So I too would ask that you, in looking at the relationship with the Santa Barbara, I would be open to that. I'd like to see what the model is in other places. I'd like to, say, let's look at that. Is there some synergy there? Again, because we know we have that commuting traffic and community that wraps between the two of us already. That makes a common interest. And the other is the 501c3. Every time I've heard someone say, well, we're going to form a 501c3, and I can't think who it was, just last week said that to me, and we know through the Ventura County Community Foundation that there are 2,400 nonprofits in this county, so let's really understand why. The value, is it added value, and would it put us in a more competitive edge to bring in those funds that have been cut by the federal, and let's build the case for it, and then have further dialogue on it. That's my comments. I appreciate the excellent work you put in putting this together, and I think it's been valuable, and we should do this more often, at least annually. But I would hope that you always feel you can come to every board member at any point that you wish to have a dialogue about a specific piece of the goals and the mission of the WIB board. Others?
I just wanted to give you my thanks. You are all volunteers, and you have great expertise, and really appreciate the time that you've put into this and this formal presentation, as well as all the work that you do. I think we are real fortunate to have you out there working for us and working for the county, and also looking at some of the great programs. And I think we've got some really good ones out there, so I just wanted to give you my thanks.
Yes.
Real quick on that 501c3, and I know I'd suggested focusing on other things till we get there. One of the things I would hope we would look into as we're as an alternative to the 501c3 is what you referred to, which is earmarked grants. People that don't want to give it to the county, give it directly to this particular training program, that particular training program, et cetera, and see if that couldn't help, particularly if it lets those businesses feel even more ownership of that particular training program. Thank you.
Okay. We thank you. Thank you. We're going back into closed session, and then we'll decide, Mr. County Counsel. How do I phrase that?
Well, we don't expect an announcement out of closed session, but this meeting may be adjourned to a subsequent date and time.
That's what I said. Thank you.